This course, I would like to start with a game, classical game in double pawns, because I have divided this in 4 chapters, just like my book was. The only thing is that I am not going to record all the games like in the book. This is also what I said in intro to this course. Why? Because then recording will be way too long. But I have picked up 20 games from covering all 4 chapters, which I think are very good games, giving the best plans for both sides in this kind of in this type of position. And also I think that those 20 games are very instructive, covering all the chapters. So I will start with the game Kot of Keres, famous game, played in a candidates tournament in Budapest 1950, and played in Nimzo Indian. Like in a double pawns, majority of the games, as you see, are from Nimzo Indian. And coming from Samish variation. This is variation nowadays getting back into popularity, maybe based on the fact that a number of top players are playing it. Also, perhaps I contributed a little bit to this popularity by publishing my white side repertoire takedown Nimzo Indian on Chessable, Samish variation. And just like I have explained in my Chessable takedown Nimzo Indian Samish variation course, Black here has a couple of main moves. One of the basic plans for a Black is to play for a white weak c4 pawn. Black will like to attack this pawn, preferably this way: knight, you push a pawn, bishop to a6, knight to a5, and sometimes even bring a queen to c6 in order to attack this pawn and ultimately to eat it. Sometimes Black pushes c5, sometimes this pawn stays on c7, with indeed idea, if pawn stays on c7, that you can improve your queen and come with the queen to c6 and take a pawn. What is White going to do in between? White is going to try to take his time to develop very strong pawn center and initiative. And most of the time, White does not care about this pawn. White is ready to lose this pawn, aiming for attack on a king side and the center, and to simply gain initiative, using the fact that Black needs to spend time in order to collect this pawn. So knight c6 is one of the main ideas, like I explained, to bring a knight to a5, bishop to a6, and to collect this pawn. The second possible idea is to place first move c5, then aiming to do something very similar. Knight will go to a5, bishop to a6, sometimes even rook to c8, and then you want to take this pawn. Or maybe even take cd4 first and then to grab this pawn. Third idea is to castle kingside and then postpone similar kind of plans. And finally also there is an idea that if you play, let's say, c5, f3, that White wants to, of course, build up a pawn center, that Black can indeed play move like knight c6 with a similar kind of ideas, saying, well, build up your center, I'm gonna eat your pawn, and we see what happens. Or Black can play move on f3, let's say move like d5, and after c takes d5 has a possibility to either take by the knight and hope for some dynamic play, and most of the time resulting in White having an, let's say, Black takes, most of the time resulting in White having an extra pawn and a pair of bishops, but these pawns are also double pawns. Well, I guess you can't have it all. And second idea is to play e takes d5, taking a pawn center, which White then tries to reclaim by developing his pieces and willing to push move e4. Those are, let's say, basic plans, and Since this is course on a middle game, I will no longer delve into this. To players who want to know in and out from the opening part of these positions, opening theory, and use it as an opening preparation, I would advise them to buy my chessable Nimzo course, Take Down the Nimzo Indian Samish. So knight c6, f3, absolutely the main move for white here. There are also a couple of other moves, like bishop g5 is a move, e3 is a move. Again, I was dealing with those moves in my Take Down Nimzo Indian chessable opening course. f3, b6, black follows on his plan. Aim, develop the bishop to a6, knight to a5, and eat this pawn. e4, bishop a6. We have now the starting position of this line, and Alexander Kotov here plays a move which is not much played nowadays. Very little played actually. Nowadays it is move e5. Taking actually the most straightforward play. Taking immediate space and hitting on this knight on f6. Another move which is played a lot is bishop g5, pinning a knight, and after h6, a bishop moves. We have here different kind of play. Let's say knight a5 is considered to be a main move. Was considered to be main move before actually. Nowadays, modern theory development, and something which I did discuss in my Nimzo course, is move queen c8. Magnus Carlsen move, played as recently as summer 2021 in one of those knockout internet tournaments, played versus Wesley So. The idea of move queen c8 is, look, there is a pin, and we have to somehow, one way or the other, solve this pin. One idea is to play indeed move like knight a5, saying like, I don't care about this pin, because anytime you hit me with e5, I have moved g5. And this will be, let's say, the main line which I would give. Second way to solve this pin is to indeed play some move like queen c8, basically saying like, I do not think this damage of a pawn structure is so terrible, because it is going to take white some time to take advantage of these weak pawns. For example, white needs to maybe try these kind of ideas, which black can stop by pushing h5, or try this sort of ideas, which again black can slow down by pushing h5. Basically saying this king in the center and those double two pawns takes white some time to take advantage of this, while black is going to stick to his usual plan, collecting white c4 pawn. And in the case that white, let's say, wants to develop, then black has a different kind of choices. Let's say on bishop d3, this knight a5, and if you play move queen e2, now white still doesn't need to take, doesn't threaten to take. Black can still push moves like g5. For people willing to know more about this type of positions, I would refer to my course Take Down Nimzo Indian, where this game of Wesley So versus Magnus Carlsen has been shown, I think, in a game section. And this is just a different type of positions, developing modern by the time. So now let me have a look at move knight a5, which is considered to be old main move. And I will show a few games that I think are very instructive in understanding these positions in general. So knight a5, e5. Trying to, logical move, because if white doesn't want to sacrifice this pawn on c4, probably or doesn't want to sacrifice it immediately, then probably in this position after bishop a6, the best move is to play a move like bishop d3, which I did not mention in this Winning Chess Middle Games book, but is my main move in a take down the Nimzo Indian chessable course. Because basic idea is to protect this pawn at least for the time being. So now if black wants to collect this pawn, black will need to work a little bit harder, either hoping to transfer a queen or hitting me with a c5. Black will need to work a little bit harder. This is nowadays probably move number one, and I took it also in my take down Nimzo Indian Semish course as a move number one. I did not mention this move and analyze this move in this Winning Chess Middle Games book because Winning Chess Middle Games book is a book about the middle game, not about the opening knowledge. So, but let us see alternative which I had to, because e5 is a game move, and an alternative I gave is bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, knight a5. Let's see this alternative. e5, most straightforward move because black wants to collect the pawn, white wants to play on the side where white is stronger. g5, bishop f2. Now is important moment where to go with this knight. Knight h7 is probably not so smart because actually white can immediately take advantage with the fact that f4 square is not covered enough, and take advantage on a king side by pushing move f4. And now black has a little bit unpleasant choice because ignoring white is not easy, while on the other hand, if you take this pawn, you damage your own pawn structure. I mean, if you take, you damage your own pawn structure and white can simply continue developing and having very dangerous initiative. And if you ignore, it is not so simple to ignore because white might simply consider to continue this kind of push now or later, maybe first develop a knight. White has different kind of options here. Also, to push is something certainly possible because queen can also, if black starts, let's say, taking, let's suppose that black is just, lazy, he wants to take. White can even take, you take back. We have many moves here. Even some moves like, let's say, queen d3 come into consideration, followed by f5. Or immediate f5, taking a space, and if you take, I have always this move queen d3 with a double attack, getting my pawn back and playing for initiative. Those are just ideas here. Knight h, that's why bishop f2, knight h5 is considered strongest move, getting out this kind of f4 ideas. But now white can consider to play h4, creating immediate threat. Well, what is a threat? White would like ideally to take. And then if black takes with the queen, pawn structure is a bit damaged and white can consider to attack a queen and to advance his pawns. On the other hand, black cannot successfully take back with a pawn because there will be g4 and this is going to be a pin. So this is kind of unpleasant. However, on h4, black has a nice move, which is f5. Stopping g4 and taking space. We have one instructive game played by former world champion Tigran Petrosyan in this position, where white decided, okay, I cannot do anything immediately on a king side, because problem is if I take, black will take with the queen. And now since I have this pawn on f5, this g4 doesn't function very well because black can take it. If we place, let's say, c5, which is sometimes a common way to deal with the problem, black can take bishop f1, king f1, and now simply ignore white on a king side and play some move like king e7, which is may look like a silly move, because you may wonder, why would I like to keep my king in the middle of the board? Because king is actually safe here. Black has a decent pawn structure around his king, and it's not easy for white to activate this bishop. And let's say if knight e2, we see one more advantage on a king on e7. Black can activate his queen. Black is now getting activity on a king side. His rook may also come, and king is perfectly safe. We will see Tigran Petrosyan doing something similar in his game. In this game, queen a4 came. White is not taking any decision, while at the same time is defending pawn on c4. So now black takes space with the g4, pushing g4, takes. This knight is standing very well on h5, and pawn is also limiting this knight development. And now with queen c2, black has a nice move, queen e7, stopping queen g6, because obviously trade would be very good deal for black. Because queens are off, no attack, hanging pawn remains a worry. Some moves like bishop d3, trying to give a check, are not really working very well after castle queenside. So queen e4, let's say hitting a rook, bishop e7, queen g4. So basically queen e7 is a pawn sacrifice, temporary pawn sacrifice. But now what do we have? White grabbed this pawn and is threatening a knight, but queen f7. Black is here clearly better, because look, white is heavily behind in development. White king is vulnerable. Black has simple threats. Rook g8, getting g-file pressure, castle queenside, with rook df8 to follow, getting f-file pressure. White king is stuck in the middle. Black has here huge initiative. Black very quickly obtained an attack and easily won in a game Banik Petrosyan, Soviet Union 1961. On a move like knight a5, white can also decide to postpone a pawn push. So we were analyzing on knight a5, straightforward approach to push e5. Another approach on knight a5 is to play move queen a4, defending a pawn and keeping option to push e5. Now black can get to his plan, what I explained before as a reason for keeping this pawn still on c7. This is to bring a queen to c6 and to disturb this pawn and to disturb the defender of this pawn, because queen on c6 will be hitting both. Queen c8. White in this game played move bishop d3, move which I do not like. Why? Because this bishop is going to be hanging. Look, there is a pin. And now anytime if white pushes e5, there is knight d5 option because of this pin and the fact that this bishop hangs. Probably better for white was to consider either, let's say, rook d1, keeping this bishop on f8, on f1, with idea after queen b7 to push e5, knight h5, d5, taking a space and preventing this queen from coming to c6. Second option is maybe to play move knight h3. This is a typical development for white in a Samish development of this knight. And now after queen b7, again move d5 is option. Move d5 is option, and after, let's say, I'm stopping queen c6 move, and after c6 hitting on my center, I can consider a move like e5. Knight h7, d6. Taking space, not threatening very much, but taking space. Those are options in this kind of positions. Bishop d3 was played in a game. Queen b7. Black wants to play move queen c6. White pushes e5, taking space, but now correctly black takes advantage of this spin and can play move knight e5. Black has here numerous threats, knight e3 or knight f4 being some of those. So white plays move cd3, giving correcting his pawn structure, but also giving away light square bishop. Bishop d3, rook d1, bishop c4, take on e6, take on e6. We have here interesting situation because we have two kings stuck in a center because one bishop is preventing one castle, the other bishop is preventing the other castle. And white wants to take advantage of this by playing move queen c2. Okay, what white wants is simple business. Queen g6 check. Black has two logical ways to react here. One is to castle kingside. Arguably most logical choice. Castling and removing this queen g6 threat. Second move is move king f7. Covering g6 square and being ready to maybe solve a king's problem in a different way by playing move rook f8 or rook g8 and pushing g5. And then maybe king can go to g8. Not easy call. What would be your choice? Because actually, strange enough, this decision here decides the game. Black played a move castle kingside, which is actually a serious mistake. We would see this, because this king is now very soon going to get under mating attack. King f7 was much better move, covering g6 square and being ready to push g5 at appropriate moment. And after knight h3, white would love to continue this attack, but is not quite in time. g5. Let's say bishop g3. Bishop b3 is the way to proceed. And black simply wins. There is a zero attack. Black queens exchange. King's problem. What king problem? There is zero king problem. Rook moves. And king goes to safety. Does white have a choice? Of course white has a choice. White does not need to lose exchange. But okay, if you, I don't know, let's say you move a bishop, you move a queen, sorry, in order not to lose exchange, I can still play move g5. And when you move a bishop, I can continue my attack. g4 will also, or rook g8 will come. g4 will also come at appropriate moment. This king is stuck in the center. Simply after move king f7, black is having very large advantage, which I think very soon turns into winning advantage. Black castled, probably thinking about something similar will happen, but it doesn't, because now problem is, with this stupid king on g8, you can never push g5, because of obviously check. And now white in just a couple of moves develops tremendous attack. Queen g6. Clever move, because let's say if you start off with some moves like knight h3 with some mating ideas, black can consider taking exchange, but this is kind of dangerous for black, but black can also consider to stop you with rook f5, and now this threat remains. You cannot castle, you cannot hit with g4 because queen is holding the diagonal. Queen f3 will come if you play a move like g4. But queen g6 is a strong move. Rook f7. This move you can delay for only one move, because next move is bishop f6, so black will need to make this move. Rook f7, bishop f6. You might be wondering, why is this situation so problematic for black? Because white still has king in a center and is at the moment anyhow not having that many threats. But actually white here has quite some serious threats. And those threats actually are moved like h4, followed by knight h3, knight g5, threatening checkmate. And if you take back by pawn, opening the h-file and resuming those mating threats. Simply. And second idea is also knight h3, knight f4, knight h5. Here, white is the one that has a huge attack, and black is somehow, strange enough, too late. Black played move queen c6 in the game. Knight c6, trying to bring a knight to defense, does not help, because let's say h4, knight e7, bishop e7, rook e7, knight h3, with still threats like knight g5 to follow, while at the same time black does not have any immediate threats versus the white king. Black played queen c6, which is a most aggressive move. However, he is just not in time. h4, bishop a6. Sadly for black, this queen c3 check threat is not as dangerous as it may look. Knight h3, ignoring the threat and focusing on its attack. Queen c3, king f2. Black cannot bring more defensive forces, so black plays knight c4, trying to bring some attacking forces. But now came elegant move, knight g5, and black resigned, because white threatens a forced mate, queen h7, queen h8. And if black takes, he doesn't really, help. It only postpones the execution, because queen h7, queen h8 mate is going to come. So in this final position after knight g5, black resigned. That was game between Jan Timman and Bryn Clausen in Vaikanze. Second group tournament. This is just when Jan Timman was starting his career. That at that time was not called Tata Steel, it was called the Hohovens tournament. 1971, long time ago. Okay, this was, I think, very instructive game, because those difficult decisions, like whether here to play castle or king f7, are typically tough decisions in this type of positions. And what I also emphasized in my course Take Down the Nimzo Indian, my Semish course for Chessable, we have here the crucial decision that came as early as move 16. And in this type of positions of Semish, very often very important decisions, also in this game, they come very early in the game. Now let us get back to the game. So we had here Alexander Kotov playing the most straightforward move d5. Knight g8, knight h3. Regular square for a knight in this position, also supporting bishop development. And sometimes having a knight development. Black focuses on his plan. Knight a5. Here white has a choice. Defend the pawn, or develop a bishop and see what happens. White decides to develop a pawn and to keep his options. Bishop g5 was a possibility. Certainly was a possibility. Probably knight e7 is the best move, because f6 is always risky in these kind of positions. Let's say bishop h4. Black has weakened his king side. In general, it's a good idea to not to hurry with these moves, or not to play it unless they're necessary, because after bishop c4, knight c4, queen e2, hitting a knight, b5, f4, white has plenty of compensation. I mean, coming with a queen or castling and pushing, plenty of compensation for a pawn. After knight e7, queen a4, we may get positions similar to the game, because probably after knight e7 there is no clear follow-up, and to play queen a4 is maybe sensible. In the game we have queen a4, knight e8, knight e7. Can black follow on another plan to play move queen c8? He can, because here black can develop with knight e7 like he did in the game. Or he can try this plan which I have mentioned, queen c8, queen b7, queen c6, focusing solely on this pawn. If queen c8, white has options to slow black down, for example by playing move bishop d3, queen b7, bishop e4, preventing move c6, preventing move queen c6, provoking move c6, and being ready to lose time to do the c6. Here white has two choices. One is rook b1, a choice which I have mentioned in a book, or second choice which I did not mention in a book, but nowadays Stockfish 14 suggests this is, let's say, to retreat a bishop to d3, trying to take advantage of this d6 weak square. How do we take this advantage? Well, we take this advantage because we just retreated the bishop protecting our pawn, and we vacated square on e4 for our beautiful knight. So this knight will go to e4. Once knight is on e4, knight d6 is going to be a threat. So this is also certainly interesting option for white in this kind of position. Option I mentioned in a book, option that you would see in a PGN, is move rook b1, with the idea to sacrifice a pawn, to allow knight c4, and after bishop d3, knight a5 to push c4. White can sacrifice a pawn, but that pawn is not so relevant. As you would see in this chapter on the game, which I also will comment on, Keres-Pasky, sometimes we have situations that white does not mind to lose this pawn, because losing this pawn also opens up some diagonals for this bishop. And white also now still has his threat to bring his knight to d6. White actually here has very good compensation. In the game we have move knight e7, bishop d3, usual development. Now black is facing a not easy decision, both decisions being a decent one. It is to castle or not to castle. Keres decides to castle. Other option was move like move h6, preventing move bishop g5 or knight g5, and then decided to castle. Probably the best for white is to try to continue attack. Knight h4, castles, and now white needs to continue attack, but it is not so easy. Let's say one logical move is h4. h4 is a very logical move, trying to be ready for different kind of pawn pushing on a king side. Other move is, let's say, knight h5, but it is not clear to find easy follow-up after black immediately hits on white center. Something which is useful to know, and we would also see this during this game, that in this type of position, black has a choice. Obviously, black needs to hit on a white center. Has a choice between playing move d6, threatening d5, or playing move like d5, leaving this pawn chain intact, but being focused on collecting c4 pawn. It is useful to remember for a viewer that d6 challenging a pawn chain is usually correct reaction. Why? Because if you play move like d5, pawn chain of white remains intact, and white can decide often to just not care about this pawn on c4 and build a strong battery, a bishop and a queen, which is not easy to prevent, because you can play move knight f5, but you need to know that some moves like g4 now or later may come. So d6 is usually the way to react. Bishop b1 trying to build immediate battery is also possible, but problem is after bishop c4, queen c2, knight f5, it is not so simple to find a clever follow-up, because immediate g4 does not work, because this is a blunder. There is no good square for a king now. You cannot go there's to d2 or b1 because there is b6, b3 square, right? And on the other hand, you don't have a good move. And postponing g4, black has different kind of ideas. Again, this move d6 is coming to a surface. So it is not so simple. And if we play a move like h4, again move d6 comes. d5 is again, this is again choice. And d5 is a losing mistake because it is leaving a pawn chain intact. And white can simply sacrifice a pawn. And after bishop c4, queen c2, focus on this battery. And after knight f5, g4, black cannot here defend well, because let's say bishop b3, aiming to make a move repetition after queen c3, bishop b4, bishop c4 back, does not really work because queen f2 comes. After knight e7 comes move knight h5. And here we have situation that black should try to avoid. Because black took a pawn, but what is the price he paid for? The bishop and the knight are out of play. White is attacking with plenty of pieces. Two bishops, knight, queen, rook is coming. Pawn that can roll. And black king has very few defenders. And here white simply has a mating attack because there are different kind of threats to remove pawn defenses in front of black king. And after, let's say, king h8, bishop h6 is simply winning. But this was anyway a threat, because threat is bishop h6, followed by queen e3. And king g8 is only postponing the execution, because after bishop h6, gh6, queen e3, knight g8, that was purpose of a move king h8 to kind of now try to protect this pawn. It only is postponing the execution, because after knight f6, which was played in a game Gutman-Levchenko of Riga 1976, white won. So this situation we often have, and like I mentioned, almost always d6 is a better move, hitting quicker on a white pawn center, rather than making a mistake like d5, allowing white pawn chain and allowing this deadly queen-bishop battery build-up. Because here indeed this is a deadly, proves to be in this position, deadly battery. After d6 instead, hitting on a white center, black is doing very well. Let's say bishop b1, d5. Sadly enough, same stuff no longer works equally well. Queen c2, knight f5. And here there is a problem, because if d e5 comes bishop c4, g4, and white is too late. A bishop to b3, and white cannot move a queen, obviously because of checkmate. And obviously also cannot trade the queens, because then there is no longer attack, and black is simply a pawn up, and also has better pawn structure. Move like g4 is a very principled move, hitting on a knight, and continuing to build up on this battery. Sadly enough, for white, it does not work. e4, gf5, e5, queen f5, g6. And again, there is no follow-up, because you cannot bring extra piece in play because of queen h4 check, and there are no good moves. This king is suddenly a terrible target. At the same time, next to this, you simply have a problem in such a kind of position that black can even delay such a moves by also giving a check. And when you move the king, play simple chess, also possible. King is in a treble, king is pinned. This queen can be attacked any moment. There are many moves here. And if I play the most principal move, queen f4, hoping to continue this attack, it does not work after knight b3, because problem is that when you take, I kill your attacking bishop, and then this king is simply problem. There is a queen e7 threat, and also problem is that you don't have time to take it back, because now this king is a problem. So in such a kind of situations, after correct reaction with e6, white's best hope is that his attack will result in some sort of drawing attack, not more. So that means that h6 move was also something to strongly consider, because such a position looks very dangerous for black, but after correct decision like d6, it is not simple for white to find a way to develop his attack. Obviously, in a human game, to defend for black is much more difficult, because all those, kingside threats, like when you get in this position, that do not look terribly dangerous to your stockfish. Stockfish is here probably just laughing, are actually very dangerous to a human playing on a black side. So Keres castled. On one side, defining a king move, which black normally should try to postpone, because in general, in such a type of positions, it is clever for black to postpone decision of this king, because this king sometimes can also go queenside. But okay, to castle here also wins a lot of time, and also very important, removes this pin. And this is the reason why Keres castled. Why? Because after castle, black is now immediately ready to challenge white center by moving his d7 pawn, right? To challenge this pawn chain, to challenge the center. Castles, bishop g5. Another interesting, obviously here there are two candidate moves. This is bishop g5 or knight g5. Knight g5 as alternative looks very promising, especially after h7, knight h7, but does not seem to work. Also bishop h7, sending king to h8, king h8, h4. Now knight is taboo, because you obviously cannot open my rook. And after bishop c4, playing bishop e1, again willing to build a battery, does not really work for white, because again question is, how should black react? Of course, viewer already knows that based on a previously repeated comments, correct decision is d6. Always an important move. Hitting on white center, and very important, opening files. When files open, black gets counterplay. This king becomes a problem. And again, this battery, queen c2, this battery of a bishop and a knight somehow does not really work, because after knight f5, g4, position looks very dangerous to a human, but somehow computer is easily dealing with the problem by playing move knight b3. You cannot successfully move the rook because I can take, and queen must go from this pin which is a problem because, okay, I want knight d3. One queen goes, I have different moves here. I can even take, which now black is perfectly safe because it takes white ages to rebuild his battery. However, if black ignores white playing move, let's say bishop b2, again doesn't really work because let's say g6, gf5, knight a1, bishop a1, ef5 is the better for black, because black is having material, okay, not advantage. Bishop and the knight versus rook and two pawns, it is, let's say we can say material equilibrium, but this bishop is on a1 is very stupid. So it takes time to activate this bishop. However, white king is also far from perfect. Far from perfect. Black will take on e5, improve a queen. Suddenly black will be the one having attack. You can never dream about pushing because this knight is m3. So ignoring does not help. Ignoring this way, removing a defender, also does not actually bring desired result, because black takes knight a1, queen e4, takes on f5, queen takes g6. Again, optically, this position looks very dangerous for a black, because white is still having a lot of attacking power, but this king is also a problem, and black fends off attack and wins. Here sometimes, not sometimes, here computers are of course always helpful because they give us objective assessment of the situation. So this whole plan to build bishop h7, to send king to h8 and play h4, bishop c4, bishop e1 to build a battery, does not really work. Knight h7 looks like a brilliant move, with idea after bishop after rook e8 to have bishop h6 ideas to remove a pawn defenses. But problem is again after gh6, knight f7, knight f6, king g7, this great attack does not work as planned. And again black is going to fend off attack and win. So Keres played move, Kotov played move bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, and now obviously black has to decide how to hit white pawn chain, because white has obvious threat, bishop e1, queen c2, and this battery is supposed to attack this king. How to hit a pawn chain? Again, d6 is a stronger move. Trying to take on e5, and also very quickly this king can become a problem. White has to follow up on his plan. But after d5, bishop e1, d5, queen c2 does not work because of f5. d5. Okay, this looks very dangerous, and this is probably the reason why Keres did not play it, because if you play bishop c4, I will again have this move. I threaten a checkmate, and there is a pin. So you cannot move this knight. How should black solve this problem? By playing a brave move which works, which is g5. Logically, you may wonder what happens if white simply takes. Because this looks like killing. Because if black takes, white takes bishop g5. Pin remains. This is a deadly threat. What is the problem? Problem is actually that black has here a move often seen in these kind of positions. Try to spot defense for a black. A black has very nice defense in a move knight f5. Problem for white, this bishop is not defended and is falling with a check. So this knight does not have any decent jump, and also such a moves do not help. knight will fall. Well, black will be piece up. White may dream about some draw by perpetual check, but this dream is probably not going to come true. Let's say rook d1, queen e7, black simply wins. And if we, after g5, try to build a battery with queen c2, also does not work well, because now knight f5 is possible move. And after g4, suddenly this king becomes a problem. This is of course a tactical battle, that a better tactician, better calculator usually wins. Here black gets there first by playing move knight e5, gf5, knight e5. Sorry, knight c4, gf5, knight e5. And black wins because, okay, this king is bad. Knight d3 is a terrible threat, because after knight d3, let's suppose that you open up this battery. You don't open on anything, because after knight d3, first of all, battery is stopped. And secondly, wherever this king is going to go, this knight can deliver this cover check. Next to the fact that this bishop is also hanging. So d6 was correct approach, and actually black should fight off the attack and probably ultimately get to winning advantage. But all these lines that I did show are easy for stockfish. For a human, very easy to make mistakes. Bishop h4, d5. Not the best move, but a lot of excitement is going to come. Kotov plays the best move. Bishop e1 follows up on this idea that we are following all the time of building a mating battery, queen and bishop. g5, only move. Because bishop c4, similar to previous lines, is now losing because we have this pin. And move like g6 looks terrible after bishop f6, because now we have these attackers and defenders. Black's problem is that this king does not have any defenders, and white can attack with many pieces, or queen move, any kind of pieces. White can attack simply with plenty of pieces. There are no defenses. Let's say, to give you just one sample line, you might wonder, do I need to defend this rook? No, I don't. Let's say this is simple win. Queen f2, knight a1, queen h4, I want to checkmate, which you cannot stop because, okay, there is a check. Simple situation. One side attacking with all his pieces, other side having zero defenders. So bishop e1, Keres under pressure plays the best move, g5. A move which liberates this knight movement. Queen c2, principled move, building on this deadly battery and trying to keep momentum of the attack. And here we have actually critical position. Black here made a mistake playing move knight g6. He probably either underestimated or did not see attacking motive that white is going to come up with. Another move, knight f5, would lose to g4. But black had here very nice defense, not easy to see for a human. To start off with f5, which does not really look that logical, because after ef6, black pawn structure is destroyed, while my battery, deadly battery, queen and bishops, with all these threat remains. But there is one important point of move f6, ef5, ef6. Now this queen can enter defense. And after ef6, knight f5, g4, black can go for temporary piece sacrifice, queen f6. And after gf5, ef5, actually black is better, because this king is a problem, Black has collected already a lot of pawns. White has here a trouble because bishop cannot easily move. There are threats rook e8 and knight c4, or bishop c4, depending a bit where this poor king is going to go. And if white tries to eliminate pawn defenders in front of the king, which usually works, black should not, after knight g5, black should not take kg5, because after rook g1, let's say rook e8, check, king f2. White gets what he wants, king is reasonably safe, and bishop g5 will come. But black should start off with a move like rook e8. And now, if king d1, there is move knight c4, with different threats. Black has no need to be in a hurry to take this knight, because this knight does not have a good jump, because of this bishop is hanging. At the same time, if on a rook e8, king f2, bishop c4 is quite strong, because after rook g1, threatening this covered check, king h8 is a strong move. Because still knight does not have a good jump, because this bishop is hanging, while rook e2 is a threat. And black should win this position. Something which is interesting to know is that after f5, which is the best move, ef6, knight f5, g4, queen f6, something which is not mentioned in the book, but is mentioned in my takedown Indian analysis, as this game is also one of the illustrative games. Modern Stockfish 14 is here saying that white has as a best, okay, not easy move, rook g1 first, which is not easy move to play at all. It is not simple. Postponing everything, what is the point? Point is that this knight cannot go anywhere because of a checkmate. And you want to maybe take knight g5 first, ag5, and then take on f5, getting into favorable lines. And after rook g1, which is the best move, Engine is giving, Stockfish 14 is giving some crazy analyses which end in equality. Again, for people interested into this kind of roller coaster lines, they should have a look at my takedown into Indian Chessable Semish course. So let us go back to the game. Queen c2, careless plain move, knight g6. Can you find a star move for white to continue attack? Because it doesn't look easy. Look, this knight seems like cannot be attacked because no pawn pushes. The bishop is hanging, pawn is hanging, but white has a star move, which is knight f4. Using a pin, so you cannot take a knight, and using a pin, so you cannot take a knight. You cannot take a knight, sorry, by knight. And keeping a threat to remove the defender. Queen e8 to remove a pin loses to knight h5, because knight is coming to f6 with the terrible threats. You cannot defend this position, because like if you think now, let me move a queen, it doesn't really help, because let's say check can happen, and you simply have a problem that I have too many threats in a position. Let's say king moves. I have here many threats, like for example, this looks pretty good. To take first. You must take. Let's say check. King must go. Push. I want to continue. Now this check is a threat. Rook is coming into play. And there is a deadly attack. Keres decided to take a bishop, e4, knight g6, and here he played very cool move, rook e8. This is very cool defense, because still okay, Pawn defenses has been removed, but how is white going to continue attack? Because in order to mate, this knight needs to move. What is the problem? Problem is, if you give me a check, I will not volunteer to run to take queen e7 and to after queen h7, king f8, queen h8, run into mate in 2. I'm going to play move king f8 and I am willing to run. And this knight is trapped. So here question is how to continue this attack. Because king can run, pawn will be lost, doesn't look clear. Even after this, star move knight f4, which looks to be killing everything. Now take a bishop gh4, knight g6, rook e8, doesn't look so clear. Now comes another star move, which is knight h8. Threatening mate in 2. Queen h7, queen f7, knight cannot be taken. Attack continues. Rook e7, another very calm defense. Queen h7, king f8. Now, white plays by far the best execution. He wants to open up position further and plays very strong move f4. Move bishop g6 looks very tempting and is a good move, but not as good as f4, because black can fight, let's say fg6, knight g6, king e8, knight e7, queen e7. By the way, a lot of humans will play here move bishop g6 because it leads to material win. But after fg6, knight g6, king e8, knight e7, queen e7, queen g8, that's why a lot of people would have played move bishop g6, because now you win some more pawns. Queen f8, queen e7, queen e6, queen e7, queen g8, queen back to f8, queen d5, so white is collecting all the pawns. Rook d8, black can still fight. Your stockfish will tell you that white has a serious advantage here and white should win with the precise play. But in a human play, black can certainly fight because he will grab this pawn. This bishop will be very strong on c4, controlling a lot of light squares. And even though white has many pawns, black can fight. Move played by Kotov is much stronger, f4. He simply wants to ruin black's pawn structure. After bishop, in the case of black has to here decide how to take on c4, he has to take on c4. Problem that both moves are having is deficiencies. Knight c4 decision by Keres, hoping to bring knight into play, is having a problem that it doesn't stop a castle. Another decision, bishop c4, stops castle, but then this knight remains stuck on a5, and after, let's say, f5, threat is f6, so next move is forced. ef6, bishop h6, bishop ef5, bishop f5. This king cannot run because bishop is cutting it. Queen h6 is a terrible threat and the mate is soon going to follow. By the way, here also it is good to notice that we have more or less, we have material equality. h6 pawn will fall. So knight c4 happens, but execution is swift. f5, opening up position, ef5. Well, now in the case of bishop f5, we see the reason why Keres played move knight c4, because after knight e3 you can hit this bishop and you are still preventing a castle. But white plays it precise. Castle. Bishop c8. Trying to stop these mating ideas. But bishop f5. Bishop f5, rook f5. King e8. Trying to run. Rook takes f7. King d7. Black is trying to run, but okay, he can't. Even though he has this well-placed knight and the pawn, and seems like he will manage to run, he just cannot do it because this rook is also hanging. Queen f5, precise move. not allowing a king run because king c6 only move. Queen f6, rook is hanging, so this king unfortunately must go back. How to execute? Well, e6, precision until the end. You cannot play king d6 because it drops a queen. Rook takes, e7, queen e7, knight f7. So king c6 is needed, rook e7 now, queen h8. Black's trouble is not that much that black lost exchange. It is a trouble, of course, but much bigger trouble is that white simply continues with a nice execution until the very end. What is here best execution for white? Well, rook c7, keeping attack, keeping the momentum, destroying poor defenses. King b5, king c7 loses to queen e7 and either runs into mate or runs into decisive material losses after king c8, rook f1 with rook f8 to follow. So king b5. Problem for black is that he still gets mated. Queen e7. Threat is again forced mate. No stopping forced mate because let's say queen f8 ending is won, but there is no need to enter ending because after a4 king to a6, rook a7, white wins the queen. So a5, but this has another problem, queen d7 check, king a6, king does not hide because rook b1 comes, and again threat is either mate in 1 or queen e8 loses a game to rook a7 winning a queen. And in after rook b1, Keres resigned. I think that this is game very illustrative for Samish variation, for these double pawns, what the fight is about and how easy is to make mistakes. And this game shows black's defensive abilities, black's potential resilience, which Keres did not take full advantage of, and that's why he lost, but also white attacking abilities. And I think this is one of the very instructive games for players willing to understand those complex positions. I would now like to continue with another classical game played in a candidates match between Paul Keres and Boris Spassky in Riga in 1965. And this game features interesting idea by white to sacrifice his double pawn on c3 in order to open up his bishops. And this is interesting. Let us get there. These classical games which I'm choosing and later on some other ones, the reason why I selected is, let's say, 8 games in this double pawns chapter is to show all different kind of ideas. And of course, studying the material from the whole book, the PGN, you can get the full scope of it, but this is giving a very good idea to a viewer what is it about, and learning different kind of plans. So we have again Indian c4, knight d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, e3, b6. Variation which is less played, but played a lot and was popular at the time. Bishop e7, knight f3, knight e4. Okay, this is interesting situation because black threatens to win a pawn. And this is something which white ignores and plays castle. Nowadays, this is a very well-known concept for white, but in 1965, no games, no databases, no computers, this was very good judgment by Keres. Black takes on c3. Okay, it is maybe a good idea to mention that if black, let's say, takes by knight, and white takes, and black takes with the bishop, so knight c3, bc3, bishop c3. What is the problem? Problem is that this bishop is going to be badly placed for a very long time. It will probably have to go to a5, and it is not worth a pawn, because bishop is really out of play, while at the same time it will be similar story like in our game, that this diagonal can be later used for this bishop being very strong there on it. So what Spassky does, he takes by bishop, knight c3, bishop c3, bc3, and here probably Spassky made a mistake, because this pawn on c3 is tempted to take, and certainly tempted based on variation which occurred. And probably Spassky calculated this variation, and he simply thought white has a draw, but not more. But white will turn out to have considerably more. If black does not want to take this pawn, okay, white has a way to kick this knight, out. Let's say black castles. White can play such a move, and then kick this knight out, and then try to improve on this regular play. With this double pawn center, slowly pushing the center, not committing anything anytime soon, just taking advantage of a pawn mobility and space. But here black took knight c3, queen c2. At the first glance it looks like that black blundered a piece, because this knight has no place to go. But black has very specific tactical idea in mind. Bishop takes f3, gf3, queen g5 check, king h1, and queen h5. This is probably move which black was counting on. If white takes, okay, black has perpetual check. So white doesn't do it. White plays move rook g1. Okay, queen f3 check, rook g2. Now it looks like that this knight is gone. But fortunately for black, situation is kind of okay, because this knight can still not be taken, because black has perpetual check. And back. So black has now one more move to improve, to actually enable a knight's retreat. And he plays move f5. So this knight can come back. Was this only move? Well, not really, but black does actually, strange enough, black does not have here really good solutions. Because he cannot try to play h5, because then knight really doesn't return, because after bishop b2, h4, king g1, okay, there are no threats to this king, and the knight is gone. So h5 will be really a blunder. Another options, okay, you may argue why not d5. With d5 I'm also supporting this knight's, retreat. But problem is after cd5, position somehow gets opened up, and gets opened up to white's advantage, to all these diagonals that are going to open in the files, and black is terribly behind in development. While black was collecting all these pawns, he fell in behind in development. And this is really black's problem in this kind of position. So here, for example, if knight d5, white gets crushing attack, let's say bishop e2, queen f6, e4. Push opening up position. This will be a complete disaster, because king is in the middle, pawn is even hanging, bishop will come, d5 will happen, and on the other hand, if you take ed5, comes bishop a3, now you see that king is a problem, quite a problem. And it's hard to find a good move, because if knight e4, there are no other moves to save knight, by the way. Comes simple chess, bishop e4, queen e4, queen c7. Knight d7, more or less only move. King g1, unpinning rook. g6. Rook c1. Mate in 1, always a powerful threat. King is a problem. Rook d8, preventing mate in 1. Queen a7. Actually, white got his material back. Black king problem far, very far from being solved. So black played move f5. And here white has a choice whether to make a draw with queen c3 and perpetual check, queen d1, rook g1, queen f3, or to believe in his compensation. To believe that opening up the position, opening up, pushing at some stage maybe d5, opening diagonals, king in the center is worth more than 2 sacrificed pawns. And actually Keres makes a good call. He plays move bishop a3, rejecting a draw, playing for this open king in center. I remember one game of my own, played with the black a long time ago on one, I think it was a rapid tournament in Oviedo in Spain, where I was playing black similar position, and my opponent did not consciously sacrifice a pawn. He lost it because, okay, he blundered some tactics. But then game finished as a draw. I barely escaped because suddenly he got a massive compensation. At that time, I did not know for this game. I didn't know for it. And I remember that I finished the game and I was a bit disappointed. But then Ljubomir Ljubojevic, famous player from former Yugoslavia, from Serbia, once upon a time, one of the best players in the world, told me that, well, you see, Keres sacrificed his pawn, but then he got massive compensation. Maybe you can compare to it. And actually, this is what I did, and I discovered then later on this game, and I discovered that even though, in my case, my opponent blundered this pawn on c3, that actually this pawn on c3 is not much of a significance if positions opens up, because now diagonals are going to open much faster. And this is what Spassky is going to experience in this game. Knight e4 back. If black can manage to keep position closed, he is in a very good shape. But unfortunately, he cannot. Because too much behind in development and many problems. Here, white played a very strong move. Because white would like to continue initiative. And in that respect, for example, king g1 would be a very logical move. But it is less effective because after, let's say, king f7, bishop e2, queen h3, f3, sending a knight back, let's say knight f6, this pawn pushing by white is less impressive than in the game, because after d5, knight to a6, actually white would here love to have a possibility to play move like rook g1. And king is taking this square. So Keres plays very strong move, rook f1. Why? Because he would like to, he protects this pawn. Because he wants to unpin different. He wants to be able to play move bishop e2. Then this pawn is defended, because there is no pin. And he will unpin, while at the same time having possibility to double the rooks if he wants to. So bishop f1. Not easy call here for a black was to do. He played move rook g8, Spassky, protecting against bishop e2, followed by rook g7. But are they good moves? Well, not really. Because let's say knight c6 is a very logical move. Trying to escape in a castle queenside. But unfortunately for black, black is to move. So d5 is a strong move, opening up the position to white advantage. And here, for example, I would just show a sample line which shows how difficult black situation is. For example, knight a5, bishop e2. Unpin, queen h3, d6, d6, rook d1. If black somehow could solve the problem of this king, his situation would be very good. But problem is unsolvable because let's say if rook d8, f3, knight will need to go away. Rook, wherever this knight goes, I don't know, f6, d6, doesn't matter. White grabs a pawn, then white is only one pawn down, and attack continues. King remains a problem. If let's say d5, knight e5, which may look like maybe better move, at least knight is getting into center, still after bishop e2, queen h3, black has some kind of problems because after d6, opening up the position, it's always good to know that precise play is needed because, for example, if first f3, hitting the knight, knight f6, d6, d6, queen a4, it is less clear after king f7. Because black is connecting rooks and white does not have any immediate threats. After d6 first, d6, white is in a much better shape because he first plays move queen to a4. Now knight d7 runs into rook d1, pin, castle queenside. Because knight ef6 runs into another domination, queen c6, castle queenside, and now will come nice checkmate. Rook d7, you cannot take by rook because there is obviously mate in 1. You have to take by knight and comes bishop d6 and the checkmate is going to come. On c7 or on c6, I mean you need to run, doesn't matter. So rook d1, castle, rook d7 is a nice win. Precision is always needed. Rook d7, queen to c6, very nice move. Because if I take, okay, rook moves and he's still sort of kicking. He wants to take something, this is hanging, okay, it's not so obvious, not clear. But this is a nice move. Now there is no actually good way because many things are basically hanging here. Rook, check, rook g7 will come as a mate. There is no good defense in such a kind of position. King moves, because problem is that it is simply going to, let me see, yeah, I think I'm right, it's going to run into checkmate. So check, and there are no more moves. And if king goes, there is queen d7. So, for example, check. So you cannot play knight d7 because of those multiple pins. At the same time, on queen a4, king f7, we see the reason why moves f3, knight to f6 were not included, because after queen b5, it's difficult to come up with a good move. Because when this knight moves, d7 square is now not covered because this knight is not on f6. And now let's say if c5, keeping the knight, you cannot keep it because bishop e2. Knight needs to go, and then still this check is going to happen. You cannot keep the knight. If knight g4 trying to create some threats, there are no threats. Check. Queen d7, king g6, queen e6, knight ef6, e4, and everything collapses. Arguably, knight c5 is the best move because you protect the knight and you protect square. But now let's say bishop c5, bc5, queen c5. Now white is only one pawn down. Knight g6, queen c7. White is now nothing down. King f6, let's say rook d1. White got his sacrifice material back. This king remains a problem. Queen on h3, not doing anything. So black actually does not really have a good solution here. Another option instead of knight c6 was maybe to play move king f7. Because, okay, like we said, this knight c6 runs into d5. So, okay, king f7, there is a logic to it. You are protecting a pawn. So bishop e2 is not really now killing threat, but it's still, you know, a threat because bishop e2 is the most precise move. d5 looks interesting, but black can try to defend because knight a6, bishop e4, queen e4, queen c3, g6, bishop e2, creating seemingly deadly battery. But it is less dramatic than it looks. Let's say rook hg8, queen f6 check, f3 hitting a queen doesn't help because queen h4 you cover mates, check, king e8, and white is 2 pawns down. Some pieces are traded. White attack is running out of steam as black is likely to win this game. So precision is needed on king f7, bishop e2, queen h3, now f3, hitting a knight, knight f6, d5. White is simply taking too much space. And now, for example, if knight a6, d6, d6, black is almost okay. But white can open position further, and then this king is a problem. So how does white open position further? Usually in such positions, tempi moves are a good idea. So for example, c5. Now black has a problem. He has to do something with this knight, but he does not really have a good choice. Because c5 is if knight b8, cb6, ab6 to try to open a rook, because if you take cb6 you keep a pawn, but after queen c7, knight d7, this rook is shut, so I can improve position by playing rook d1, rook hd8, let's say bishop to b2. These pins are now horrible in this position, because you don't have a good move. Let's say if rook c8, I can even give a check. And you cannot take by rook. While you also cannot, even I can here try to have a little bit of fun. No, maybe better not to have fun. Yeah, I can have a bit of fun. To take. And okay, when you take, to give check. And then to grab a rook on the next move. While at the same time, you cannot take by knight because this is hanging. I mean, g7 is hanging. You take, let's say take. And now queen d6 will come, checkmate will come. There are no moves here. Or I can also, yeah, checkmate will come. Simply. There are no checks. Everything is protected. And this king is not protected because I'm threatening some very nasty things. At the same time, after move like c5, knight c5, so c5, knight b8, cb6, ab6, opening a rook. Now comes queen c7, knight bd7. Again, rook d1 wins. Because I threaten to take, you don't have time. I mean to take because it doesn't help. Everything will fall. Everything goes wrong. And if you play move like rook hd8, again bishop e2, g6. On rook c8, rook d7 wins again. So g6, takes with the bishop, takes by king and takes a piece. And so bishop f6, king f6, rook d7, and game is over. On the other hand, on my move c5, knight c5, which has a logic, because after bishop c5, bc5, queen c5, well, at least black traded extra pair of light pieces and is still 2 pawns up. But here does not have a good defense, because if knight e8 protecting to c7 will not help. Rook ad8 falls for a very simple tactics. Rook g7, king g7, queen e7. Now will be checkmate. King g6 only move. Rook g1, knight g4, queen e6, queen g7, queen e6, king h6, or g6 will be same story. fg4, and this poor king is going to get mated. At the same time, if knight e8, we have again this domination. Look, king is wrong, rooks are not connected. What do we do then? We have to bring in attack an extra piece. This queen is also out of play. Rook f8, hoping to hide. Bishop c4, he can't hide. Protecting e6 weakness, because threat is checkmate. Threat is simply checkmate. If queen takes, there is a mate. King cannot go up because of checkmate. He cannot go down because of a checkmate. So bishop c4, queen h6, but now f5 is not protected. Queen f5, and with the winning advantage, because everything is falling. King g8, bishop e6. Or if king moves, I can also give queen c5 check back and rook d7, and then enter. Many things are here falling. So to hide with the king would also, to f7 would also not help. Facing difficult situations, Spassky played move rook g8. Bishop e2, hitting a queen. Queen h3. f3, hitting a knight. Knight f6. d5. It is impressive how easily Keres is playing, simply taking space. Those two pawns are not really relevant here, because black simply cannot develop. King f7, hoping to solve a king problem. I mean, you cannot develop a knight, because even this is very simple. You can never take, because it drops a piece. So king f7, e4, opening up position further. c5, hoping at least to close some diagonals. But bishop b2, now another diagonal is open. Now we sort of actually see that black would have loved if white had here pawn on c3, which he doesn't. So that's why this diagonal is open. In my game, what I said, what I played with the black and later finished as a draw, I was having a similar problem. At some moment I was thinking, why did I take this pawn on c3? f4, hoping to close the position. e5, knight h5. And here comes very nice move played by, first one played by Keres. King g1, eliminating any sort of possible, tactics. Now, because there is no knight g3 check, simple threat is take pawn. g6. And now comes nice execution. Rook g4. Suddenly, this queen is trapped. Rook moves, trap queens. For example, if difficult to play here, because knight a6, I can even play this move first, sending a knight back. Knight from h5 cannot move, because if knight g7, simple to hope to move queen. Rook f4, knight f5, queen e4. And again, everything is basically falling. Everything is wrong. You cannot move any piece. If moving a knight, check. You cannot take anything, because everything is falling. So in the game, happen move rook d8. And now I like this precision until the very end. Because, for example, if rook f2, trying to win a queen, black can play move knight g7 and hope to keep kicking. But move bishop d3 is very precise, because threat is bishop g6 with a checkmate. It delegates a rook to g8. Okay, what's the problem? Problem is that now queen cannot be saved, because now queen is cannot run anywhere. Bishop f1 is a killing threat, while you cannot hope to run to h6 and g7 or something like this after rook f2. He simply resigned. This is a terrible defeat for Spassky at prime of his career, at his prime, because we see here that taking all these pawns did not help, because diagonals opened and everything worked really to white's advantage in all these positions. Even final position, it is not matter of one move, because how many moves black would need to activate those pieces? Black can get here many moves and still have a lost position. So I like this classical game that lasted only 25 moves, but actually is a brilliant game when it comes to understanding this type of a position. Simply excellent play by Keres. And this is the last in this chapter of the classical games. What is important to understand is that, let's say in this position, f5, Keres took right decision, right call to play move bishop a3, rejecting draw acceptance, because he correctly made a call that his advantage in development, space advantage, dynamics to open up the position, to take a space, are worth more than 2 pawns. And also he was extremely precise with his execution. So game something very much to learn from, that opening a position, if it comes with a sacrifice, can be beneficial for white, and that under development is very expensive in such a kind of position. The 7th game in this chapter of double pawns is going to be game of my own. So actually, again, game of my own. Second one in this chapter. And it will be game I played versus Viktor Bologan in a Sarajevo Super Tournament in 2004. It will be Nimzo Indian. We are going to get these double pawns from Nimzo Indian. So let's start with the game. d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, queen c2. So-called classical variation, or in some opening manuals you may see it being called Capablanca variation. From this variation, actually, you usually do not get a double pawns, but in this particular game we will. Castles, one of the main moves for black here. The other main moves for black, let's say, are, well, d5 is nowadays played a lot. There is old move c5. Some people even nowadays are playing move like b6. So we have various kind of moves, but castles is definitely one of the main moves together with d5, or maybe castles even is the main move, the most played. Why did I say that with the queen c2 variation we usually do not get to double pawns? Because here the main move according to theory is move a3, and after bishop c3 we take by queen, which is actually the basic idea behind the classical variation, or like I said in some opening manuals called Capablanca variation, that you grab black's pair of bishops, but on the other hand you preserve your pawn structure with the white, you don't get the double pawns. However, there is also another idea behind the move queen c2, and this is that with the move on queen c2, or with the queen on c2, white is controlling e4 square, which enables white to make immediate pawn push e4, which I did choose for in this game. This is less played variation, but we see it at the top level nowadays, many top games. How is black supposed to react here? Well, the main move according to modern theory is move d5 for black. This is the main move according to modern theory. You attack white center with idea after e5 to play move knight e4, followed by move like c5, trying to play for development advantage with the black, so giving up some sort of space, giving up white some potential pawn chain, but hoping that active play is going to compensate for this. According to modern theory, it does. Let's say we have many top-level games in this position nowadays, and according to modern theory, black is supposed to be about equal. However, there is also another idea for black. This is actually to play move d6. Maybe more of a spirit in some Nimzo Indian ideas. Why? Because black actually now wants to play versus white double pawns. Usual reaction for white is here move a3, and this is what I did. And after bishop takes c3, now I have to take b takes c3, we have actually double pawns position. This position resembles in some sort of way Samish variations positions, which we were looking at the first couple of games in this chapter. But okay, we do have some differences. Difference is that this queen is now on c2, supporting pawn on e4. I did not play move f3, which means that I can still develop a knight to f3 or knight to e2, and maybe my pawn can go in a one go to f4. So those are all kind of options, because okay, I already have this Samish pawn center, which I would try to support and to expand. Black will try to, just like in other variations of Samish, in the structures, black will try to play on white's weak c4 pawn and try to take it if he can. So e5, bishop d3, knight c6, attacking a pawn, knight e2, and now black plays move b6. Same idea like a Samish. It resembles Samish variation. He wants to target a white c4 pawn. The reason why white developed this knight to e2 instead of on f3 is very obvious, because let's say here, if I would develop my knight to f3, number one, I have to be thinking, what do I gonna do on a move like bishop g4? But even perhaps more importantly, number two, with the knight on e2, I have a possibility to push f4, building up on my pawn set, building up further on my pawn center. So knight e2, b6, castles, bishop a6. We both mind our business, and f4. White is pushing pawn in the center, and white is also here having a threat. Let's say if black will now try to be busy with the white weak c4 pawn, and this would be a grave mistake for a simple reason that white can take f5, and after d takes c5, white has this unpleasant move, bishop g5. Pinning a knight will damage black's pawn structure, and something very bad will happen to black. Let's say, okay, if you take by bishop, who cares? I can already start playing basically for a checkmate. Take a knight h5 or immediately knight h5. Black king will probably get mated very soon. And black is having this knight on a5 doing nothing. So that's why on f4, black needs to play preventive move, which is knight d7. Running away from this bishop g5 pin. And here white has to decide as to how to continue. This game was played in 2004, I think in May. And in 2003, at the end of 2003, in the fall of 2003, there was a super tournament in Hoogeveen, Netherlands, where I had a game versus Anatoly Karpov. And in that game, I have played move bishop to e3. I got actually very promising position, and then I got a winning position, but then I let it slip and game finished as a draw. Then I analyzed this position a bit further, and I got a different idea, a new idea at the time. This was a new idea that I decided to try in this game versus Bologan, and I played here move rook f3. In general, logical move, because, well, White's aim should be black's king. And in order to attack this king, you would like to bring some pieces into play. And you are here getting ready for some ideas like knight g3, knight f5, rook g3, something like this. Black proceeds with the expected move, knight a5, targeting White's only weakness. Logical move. Black wants to take White's pawn, and also it is not so clear what else would basically Black do to develop. So this is very logical move. And now we have interesting situation. I did not really analyze this with the computer, so the game more or less started here for me. Why? Because also I did not expect whether Bologan will play Linzu Indian, and secondly also on a move e4 line which I played, I expected actually Bologan to play move d5, which was a main line, because he usually is the type of a guy who does choose for a main lines. So I did not expect Victor to play move d6, and when we got into this position, then I remembered that I analyzed after my game versus Karpov this move rook f3, not analyzing it much, but I knew it was a new concept, and I thought probably Victor prepared something on my move bishop e3, so I thought, let me surprise him. He played knight a5, and here we have interesting moment, because I here played move c5, and this kind of break is a typical break in this position, because as we will see, it is going to lead to some tactical variations, very complicated variations, difficult to calculate from this point. Because when you push it with the c5, when you push c5 here, normally it is never easy for Black to just grab this pawn and to keep position, let's say, safe. Position normally becomes very dynamic, like also in this game. However, White was not forced to do this. Honestly, when I pushed c5, I wanted to take advantage of my rook on d3, on f3. Simple thing that after bishop d3, which is forced, I can grab with the rook and try to take advantage of the d file, cleaning up a d file and having this knight pinned on d7. This was the idea behind. The other move, a very promising one, which I saw in the game, but it was not easy to decide, was move knight g3. Typical pawn sacrifice, which is like Samish pawn sacrifice. You don't care about this pawn on c4, because Black does lose time to collect this pawn. And after bishop c4, just let's say taking bishop c4, knight c4, and knight f5. Playing for attack, and White certainly has good compensation here. Because yes, White lost the pawn, but this knight is not doing very much on c4, and White is having very good attacking ideas. This king is weak, knight is strong, bishop can join fray anytime, can join attackers, because f takes e can happen any moment. So this is a typical way for White to proceed. By the way, returning to our position from 2 moves ago, starting it here, actually maybe better here, we have here the same rules which I try to explain during this, about these semi-structures and also Hibner variation structures, these double pawn structures in Nimzo, that with the White, you do not want to define situation in center, you would like to keep the pressure. And this is the reason why I pushed, for example, here move f4, because you want to keep a pressure on the Black, keeping all sorts of possibilities, keeping attention. So after knight d7, again, look, we have many pawns in the center and many possible transactions to push. to take, to break, many different options, and white wants to keep all these options open until he is convinced to have found one which will lead to consequences favorable to him. And that's why I want to improve my position with move rook f3. Knight a5, so here I had a choice between sacrificing a pawn or going for transactions in a center, changing a pawn structure in the center, believing this to be favorable to me. I have to say that by playing move c5, I have missed some of the defensive tactical resources which black is to have in this position. When I push c5, okay, I calculated obviously move bishop d3, which is the most logical move because this bishop is hanging. Rook takes d3, and now simply b takes c5, a pawn grab. Very logical. Because it is normal for black to react, you don't want to take by d pawn, because then, okay, white gets these massive pawns on a king side, so you take by b pawn, very normal move. White takes d takes e5, and this is more or less as far as I calculated this, plus some of the, let's say, sidelines, because we have many options here. But the reason why I enter into this line is that, okay, material is for the time being equal. Black has double pawns, which means, okay, even if I would have to sacrifice some pawn in the process, even if black can take the e5, which he cannot at the moment, it is not a big deal. It's not like I sacrifice the house. White has this nice pawn structure. Anytime if black wants to take, without moving his queen, there is going to be a pin. The rook can be attacked with a move like c4, indeed, but then white can maintain a pin by playing some move like rook d5. So this is what I more or less calculated, coming to conclusion that with a little bit of checking if there are some blunders here, coming to conclusion that this position should be promising. So let's see what would happen. Indeed, d takes c5 is not possible because it simply blunders a piece. Queen d1, and we have this pin, which is going to cost black a knight. Black played move c4, which is the best move, because after rook d5 he plays move knight b3, disturbing my rook b1. But here we have interesting situation. Black played here move queen e7, which is very logical move. With queen e7, black is defending a pawn, because white was threatening to take a pawn. So now this pawn is defended after take. Is running away from a pin. Now there is no longer this pin. And black wants to take d takes e5 himself. However, this move is also having some drawbacks. The drawback is that queen is going to come under tempi. Maybe important tempi, because this black is white knight gets to f5, it will be very dangerous knight. Black had here one tactical possibility that actually both of us have underestimated. And this tactical possibility is move d takes e5, which at the first glance looks like a very stupid move. Why? Because white simply plays move queen d1, doing a deadly pin. Simply doing a deadly pin. There is no much point for white, let's say, to destroy this knight and then to try to do deadly pin, because problem is that then b pawn is too dangerous. After simple c6, rook d7, queen check, king f1, rook a d8. White is basically nothing up, more or less. Black has the rook and the pawn versus bishop and the knight, and this b pawn is going to run, so rook b3 would be just a stupid decision. But queen d1 looks like a most logical decision. Black has only one move, which is knight bc5, otherwise he loses a piece. And now both of us concluded that white is clearly better after move bishop e3. Why did we conclude this? Because both of us, we thought that queen e7 here is a forced move, because I want to take a knight. And after queen e7, white simply takes bishop c5, knight c5, rook e5. White is simply better here, because white got his pawn back, but white has a healthy pawn structure. Black is having a lousy pawn structure, those double pawns, next to the fact that there are some tactical problems because this knight is also hanging. So white is simply better in this position, clearly better. What both of us missed is that after bishop e3, knight d3 is possible move. At the first glance, it looks like a move which is simply losing a piece after queen a4. And this is the reason why both of us rejected the move d takes c5, because look, d takes c5, it looks very forced. Queen d1, bam, you want to take a knight. Only way to defend. Bishop e3, you want to take a piece. If you try to protect the piece with queen e7, bishop c5, knight c5, rook e5, white is clearly better because of better pawn structure and direct tactical play. And knight d3 seems to be losing a piece after move queen a4, because now how to defend this pinned knight? Actually, here the moment when both of us we stopped calculating, coming to conclusion that this is not good for black because white will simply win material, this is the moment when computer is just getting started. And actually, black here has a very good tactical defense in a move e takes f4. Okay, what is the point here? Move bishop f4 is easy to understand that black is doing extremely well because simply black plays move in h4, hitting a bishop, and after g3, queen g4, hitting a knight, and white never gets the time to collect knight on d7. Okay, this is easy to understand. Move bishop d4, it is already not easy to see the refutation. Why? Because this knight cannot be attacked. Knight is hanging with the tempi. Actually, after c5, black is having a large advantage. Because white has to take rook d7. I mean, such a moves are just stupid. Because you cannot take back, there is a check. And then knight can go wherever he wants to go, can even fork your rook. And the queen. So c5, rook d7, and now problem is after queen e8 that white is in a bad shape here. White is here in a very bad shape because there is this pin. Problem is that you cannot return the bishop to f2. Why? Because queen e4 is very big headache. Queen e4 is a double attack. Hitting a knight and trying to take knight f2, hitting a rook. White cannot here, does not really have a good answer here. Because somehow all these pieces start to look extremely clumsy, next to the fact that here, hey, we have material equality. If you start looking at the position, black already has 3 pawns for a piece. So white is here not doing well. White is here in a bad shape. And after queen e8, there are no really good moves. Because let's say, if queen c6, because there is also, you don't have a good move. With queen c6 trying to protect e4, black can simply take cd4, cd4. And here has a great choice between either playing rook d8 and after rook c7 having a better game for black, because the black is simply, even if black goes for ending, black is simply a pawn up here. But black can also be greedy and here play a move like rook c8 if he wants to. Now this queen needs to go away and still protect rook, and black is having this pawn which is running. So here black is simply pawn up, better position, and having completely winning game, having game which black should win. So such a kind of play, unfortunately, is not really working for white, because this deadly pin is not as deadly as it may seem. And then the problem is, after e takes f4, that means that bishop f4 is bad, bishop d4 is bad. So after e takes f4, white's best move is straightforward, rook takes d7, right? But then again, queen e8, rook d7, queen e8, and we have a problem. Because again, this bishop is hanging, queen is pinned. And white does not have a good move here. Let's say knight f4 is arguably the best move. Here, for example, rook d8 looks at first glance as a smart move, but is a blunder. Why? Because if this pawn does not exist, a rook will defend the queen, right? So white here has moved knight d3. And now if c d3, rook goes back to d4, protecting the queen. While if rook d7, okay, knight simply goes away, and white is clearly better, because pawn will fall and white is having material advantage. Problem for white after knight f4 is that knight e5 is very strong. And after, let's say, rook b d1, because how else to defend the rook? Black increases pressure with rook d8. Probably best for white is to play move bishop c5 to attack a rook. Otherwise, white is going simply to lose a rook and to be exchanged down for nothing. So bishop c5 to try to attack the other rook. But okay, after move like rook d7, black is simply better. We can discuss how much is black better, but black here has advantage. So that means that actually my concept, tactical concept, which started with the move c5, is very interesting, but with the best black defense is not working, and the best was to play move knight g3, this to sacrifice a pawn. Botvinnik was often sacrificing these pawns, you know, on f5, on c4, not paying attention to it, and to simply take on c4, knight f5, and to aim for attack. And only one pawn to pay for such a great attack is a very small price. So I played move c5, bishop c3, rook c3, bc5, dc5, c4, good move, rook d5, knight b3, rook b1. But here, black, just like me, failed to basically recognize all the black's tactical possibilities after d takes e5, queen d1, that this deadly pin is not as deadly as it may seem, because black is having tactical possibilities to solve it. Black played move queen e7. And now, of course, I played move knight g3, heading to f5 square with the tempi. D takes c5 is basically forced, because white is threatening to hit a queen and to win a pawn. So d takes c5 is forced. Knight f5 hitting the queen, queen e6. Here I played very logical move, queen d1. Okay, hitting a knight. And if knight goes away, pawn on e5 will be hanging. Knight f6, arguably the most logical move. Rook d8 is obviously wrong. Why? There is no immediate win, but position is almost won, because after f takes c5, how is black going to solve this deadly pin? Followed by also very unpleasant move bishop g5. And black king is also a problem. Black, however, here had tactical option in move e takes f4, which is something not easy to see. Why? Okay, after rook takes d7, grabbing a piece, it is relatively easy to see, maybe even this is not so easy to see, that after queen e4, black is doing extremely well because, okay, there is a double attack. Hitting knight, hitting rook, right? But knight e7 check. King h8. A lot of people here will be thinking that white is actually doing reasonable. After all, white is having a piece. Black has 3 pawns though, but okay, those pawns are a little bit, black has double pawns, right? But the white has tactical problem that his pieces are way too clumsy. Okay, rook b2, defending a rook, knight c1, queen c1. And now this knight is badly placed because look, queen is controlling a knight, hitting a knight and controlling it. Knight cannot jump anywhere. So after rook e8, knight d5 is only move. And now we have a problem, queen e6. And there is a double attack. And white will lose a knight, and then black is going to be material up. So, but after e4, queen g4 looks very strong. And this is the reason why black rejected move e takes f4, because queen g4 simply looks very strong, because after a move like g6, white has rook d7. White is now piece up, and black king is seriously weakened. However, after queen takes e4, it turns out that actually position is about equal. Interesting enough. Because knight e7, king g7, queen f4. This is actually what I did calculate during the game. And here I simply stopped calculation. Because black has now only 2 pawns for a piece. This knight on b3 is not doing very much and king is weak. White wants to trade queens. Queen takes b1, runs into forced checkmate. Check. f6 only move. Check. Let's say it doesn't matter. King g8. Check. King h8. Check. King takes. Check and checkmate on g7. Okay, so. But black has here actually one hidden possibility. Again, problem is that this rook and the knight are actually a bit clumsy. And black has here a fantastic possibility to save the game in a move queen e1, queen f1, queen e6. And here, interesting enough, white does not have more than a draw. By playing rook c7, queen b6, queen f2, queen c7, and now white has to force a draw by perpetual check, which he actually still needs to find. And this perpetual check is bishop h6, king takes, knight, queen h4 check, king g7, knight f5, destroying the pawn defenses, g5, queen g5, and a draw by, obviously, by perpetual check. Can white try to do some more? Actually, not really, because, like, for example, bishop g5 looks very tempting. I'm developing bishop. You cannot take a rook, because if you take a rook, there is going to be a checkmate. I'm piece up, having attack, and I have a rook e1 threat. This knight is still out of play. What can be here possibly a problem? Because at first glance, this position looks completely lost for black. Problem is that h6 is very strong. Because now problem is if I play move like rook e1 or any other move. If I move the bishop, would be same story. You simply grab a rook. And there is no checkmate. King can run to h7. king runs to h7, there is no checkmate. On the other hand, also move like queen d1, which looks promising. After all, I'm defending my rook, which is defending my knight. Rook d8 is not possible. But again, there is move rook e8, bishop g5, h6, disturbing the bishop. And again, black regains his material, regains a piece, being material up. So here, for example, if I move bishop, okay, obviously will hit it. And then this knight is going to fall. Knight g6. Okay, queen g6, bishop e7 looks promising for white. Because after all, this king is open. White has a good rook on d7. Knight on b3 is completely out of play. But actually, on knight g6, king g6 is a strong move. And then this bishop does not have a good square, and black is actually better. So best for white is to make a draw here. But I think this is very difficult, to see in a practice for a human, because, okay, after e takes f4, queen g4, which looks very strong, g6, rook takes d7, queen e4 forced. This is very forced line. Knight e7, king g7, queen f4. Huge majority of people here will stop, and Bologan also did stop, and also I did stop with a further calculation, because rook on b1 cannot be taken, because black is going to get mated. Black king is weak, there are some checks coming, knight is misplaced, and white is piece up after all. But actually here black can save the game by queen e1, queen f1, queen e6, which is actually excellent calculation training in this particular situation. So, but let us get back to the game. Queen d1, black played logical move, knight f6, rook e5. Queen does not have to move. Black here takes important tempo. And this is move rook a d8. Queen e2. Queen d7. Threat is queen d1. Now it's very important not to be afraid of the ghosts. What I say by this, not to be afraid of this check. Because if we here make a mistake like bishop d3, queen comes to d3, and black is just really better. White does not have enough attack, black is just better. But here strong move is a calm move which I play. This is queen takes e4. Because queen d1 is not as dangerous as check is not as dangerous as it may seem. And also very important, by removing this pawn on c4, this knight is now becoming shaky knight. Queen d1, logical move, because, okay, such a move does not make too much sense, because white is simply pawn up for nothing. So queen d1 check, queen f1, queen c2, bishop e3. Black has a lot of activity, but this activity is not as strong as it may look like. As here, black probably played crucial mistake, committed crucial mistake. He played move knight e4, which may look like a logical move, because black is grabbing a pawn, so establishing material equality, and is willing to grab another pawn. What black is underestimating is that his king is running out of defenders. So attackers and defenders. White will have at some stage huge number of attackers. Black will have no defenders. What was black supposed to do? Well, taking pawn queen c3 is probably not good, because after queen e1, white is having advantage in this position, because we have material equality. But look, this knight is fully dominated by white bishop. Sorry. Like this. This knight cannot jump anywhere. And this actually knight is very good. and we have equal material. Best move was knight to d2, trying to improve position of this knight. And now we have some tactical exchange, which is not easy to kind of calculate. Because honestly, I saw move knight d2, and my plan was to play move rook c1, hitting a queen, queen b2, rook b5. Because here very important, if you takes, we have ending, white being a pawn up. Black not having enough. But queen b2, rook b5, queen a3. We have now material equality, but white seems to be doing very well after bishop c5, hitting a queen, hitting a rook. If you take, well, white wins material because knight is hanging and rook is still hanging. But black has a hidden resource in a move queen a6. And after rook a1, knight f1. Rook takes a6, rook d1. And probably position actually is equal. We can get all this tactical stuff can end into a drawish rook ending. Here, best move for white is to kill this knight. Because black is having some sort of deadly threats, like knight jump, knight e4, and then any knight jump is going to lead into a checkmate. So there is no time to collect this rook on f8. So rook takes f6. Now knight d2 check. Important check. Because if you would grab, okay, then if you would grab, white simply wins. You cannot take a bishop because of a checkmate. And you don't have a good checks because like, okay, check. Let's say if check. King runs. If knight takes, there is no thing like rook ending because after rook b8 there are no moves. Knight is hanging and bishop move and mate is also hanging. So there are no moves here. But knight d2 is leading to equal ending, to drawn ending. King f2, knight e4. King f3. Well, moving a knight, king does not help because, okay, this rook is also hanging. So, knight e4, king f3, knight f6, bishop f8, king f8, rook b8, knight e8. White cannot capitalize on this pin more than entering a drawn ending. Knight g7, king g7, rook e8, rook d3 check, grabbing a pawn, king g4, rook c3, and it is a drawn ending. Black is a pawn up, but white has active rook, rook a8, rook a3, rook c8, and we have a drawn rook ending, rook c3, rook a8. So this could have, this was the best defense. As you see, this game is extremely tactical. Black took knight e4, underestimating actually that after rook e1, which happened in the game knight c3, he has a problem between attackers and defenders. Probably black was thinking about move like queen f2, which is possible for white because after queen f2, bishop f2, white should have some advantage because we have material equality, but those knights, we don't have material equality, but we will get one because this pawn is hanging and okay, white has a dominance, so white has probably more than just a compensation. But here white has much stronger move in move queen f3. Here we are talking attackers and defenders. What is black's problem? Black has completely underestimated the fact that he has pieces on the wrong side of the board. These knights to get in play would take a long time. King fighting alone. No defenders around. White has many threats. Even some sacrifices. White has queen, knight, rook, tremendous attack. Rook d1, trying to get a play with bishop f2. There is not much happening here. Black is here in a bad shape. He played move g6, which allows a nice execution. But black is here already in a bad shape because attackers and defenders. For a price of only one pawn, black has misplaced all his pieces and his king is in a bad shape here. g6, knight h6, king g7. White, of course, has to be aggressive. Aggressive play and precision is needed here, and I went in a correct way, playing move f5. Weaving a mating net around the black king. Black took king h6. When I played move f5, it was important to calculate what happens after knight d2. White is winning, but has to be precise, and white has a beautiful win. f6 check. Knight cannot be taken, of course, because of a checkmate. Alright, this is easy. But king h8. Knight f7, king g8. Knight h6, king h8. It is always nice when you play a game and you know that you have draw as a minimum, while position looks promising, and you might find a mate as a maximum, which in this case works after move queen e3. Because king is actually in a mating net, and if any check happens to this king, king is dead. So queen e3, knight d4, and here white has a beautiful win. Can you spot try to spot a mating net? Mating net is rook e8. Sacrificing a rook in order to, after rook e8 f7, to open this diagonal. Now any check on this diagonal is a checkmate. Rook e d8, queen d4. Beautiful. Rook takes d4, and bishop takes d4, and there is a checkmate, because only move is rook takes, and f8 queen does the job. So this was, however, not so difficult to calculate, because, like I said, in the game, once you realize on knight d2 that after f6, king h8, which is forced knight f7, you have draw as a minimum, while position looks extremely promising that you are probably going to find a maximum. In a practical game, this is easy decision. So f5, king h6, f6. Important to cut escape route, and what I usually say, mate in one is always respectable threat. Rook e1. g5 runs into nice mate. Queen h3, king g6. We have to remove the pawn defenses. Rook takes g5, king g5, and now we have a mating net because all those pieces are sleeping, and active king is fighting alone. Bishop h4, king h5. There are no other clever moves. Bishop g3 check, because if king went to h6, the same thing would have happened. King g5, queen h4, king f5, queen g5, king g6, queen g4, king f6, bishop h4 checkmate. So this is very nice moving around with the queen and the bishop to create a mating net, to create a checkmate. So this is quite a nice moving around. Moving king to h6 obviously does not change anything because we have exactly the same mating pattern, so nothing basically changes. So f6, rook e1, bishop e1, g5. Here I have missed on a best execution. I took bishop c3. When you play practical game, it is not so simple, because here I thought, alright, let me get my piece back. Attack is still continuing, and this knight is still out of play. But the stronger move was h4. Destroying, of course, the pawn defenses. And after knight d4, you have to try to bring, look, this knight cannot jump anywhere. So you have to try to bring another knight to d4, hoping to create some sort of counterplay. Okay, problem is after g4 there are no moves, because, okay, such a check is meaningless, is not solving anything. And move like rook g8 is also not solving anything, because move rook g5 is threatening double checkmate. Rook h5 or queen h5. So black cannot here prevent a mate. Maybe he can postpone a mate by giving a queen to play some move like queen g6. So h4, removing pawn defenses, was the best, but bishop c4 is also winning. Bishop c4, knight d2, hoping to create some sort of play. Rook d8 was arguably best defense, but also loses after bishop e1, protecting a first rank. Let's say knight d4, queen g4. King is very weak. And on knight e6, because there is no knight e2, it is covered, so knight e6. How do we win? We have to remove the pawn defenses. Try to understand that most of the time when you are attacking a king and king has no defenders, pawns in front of king are only defenders, and we have to remove them. So h4. And queen c1, only move, loses to hg5, knight g5, and now we have to bring another piece in play in order to win. And this piece is pinned. So we play move king h2, unpinning. And now this bishop is free to go. And white has threats, like a bishop h4. And on the other hand, if we play some move like rook d3, hoping to be inventive with some sort of threats. There are no threats, because now bishop b4 is also winning. Simply too many threats. King is completely hopeless in this kind of situation. In the game happened knight d2. Hoping that white will be afraid of ghosts. But actually, some pre-mortal checks are not dangerous. Queen e3. Last difficult move. A little bit of calculation was needed, because obviously there was a little bit of a time pressure. So I had to calculate it well that black does not have any tricks. Queen c1, king f2, queen f1, king g3. Unfortunately for black, he does not have a good way to get rid of his queen in order to create knight f1 check. There is a mating threat, there is a taking a knight threat, so the only move for black is to enter lost ending. Queen f4, gf4, king f4, knight c4. Problem for black is that king is still actually in a bad shape. Mating net is not solved. Rook c5. Knight a3, black thinks, okay, if I'm going to die, let me at least collect some pawn. King f5. There is a mating net. Rook d8, and bishop e5. And black resigned, because king is in a terrible shape. There is mating threat. There is mating threat. Knight totally out of play. So this was actually quite a nice game, which shows a lot of tactical possibilities in those kind of positions, and also shows one side underestimating the attacking power of the other, which often happens in this kind of, let's say, Nimzo Indians, that black starts collecting white pawns and places his pieces on a queen side while using too much time to get it done, and then suddenly his king is without defenders. And this is what happened in this game. And this game is also excellent tactical exercise. And this is the last game coming from a Nimzo Indian part in this double pawns. So most of the positions are coming from Nimzo Indian part. And my last game, game number 8, will be a classical game of Garry Kasparov, something which is double pawns coming from English openings. So from English opening, kind of a strategy which Kasparov used in one of his World Championship matches versus Karpov in the 80s. So kind of a classic and something which I hope will be very useful. But this was the last game from the Nimzo Indians part of coming in this recording session in this part of double pawns. The third game in this selection will be also a classical game. This is game between Botvinnik and Chekhov, played in Leningrad, championship of, I think was already Soviet Union, 1938. What I like about this game, and Botvinnik was one of the famous players when it comes to these double pawn structures, is a plan that he devised in this game, and we don't see it so often, but it is classical plan for people that bought this course, this PGN and the video. They will also find the same plan in a game Kuzubov under Will. But I have picked up this game as illustration because this is where a plan originates from, and it is a classical plan. It originates from this game. Later on, people, they copied on Botvinnik's play. So let us start until we get to critical position d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. So we have again Nimzo Indian, but here a bit different line. We have moved knight f3. Castles. One of the moves in a modern theory, we have moved c5, which is played a lot. After which, for example, white often decides for fianchetto variation, which is g3. This line was played a lot in one of the World Championship matches, Kasparov-Karpov, Kasparov pursuing this on the white side. Another move which is played a lot in a practice is b6, and then white can decide to play move e3 to treat it as a regular Nimzo Indian. He can decide to play move bishop g5, also played a lot. We even have moves like queen b3. Many moves here. So this is another sort of, let's say, often played move. And castle has been also played a lot. Bishop g5. Here black played move d6, which is not really played in a modern theory, or played very little. Modern theory is either move c5, still challenging a white center, or playing move d5, which is transposing to so-called Ragozin variations. Variation, and both moves are considered to be better moves than d6. d6, e3, queen e7, bishop e2, e5. Okay, black is developing and putting these pawns on dark squares. Castles, sorry, queen c2, rook e8, castles. And here we have important moment. Here black takes bishop c3, determining a pawn structure. bc3. It is now we have these double pawns in a center. It is not like that white had a choice, because in the case of queen c3, black has this typical motive knight e4. And now white will have to enter ending, which is good for black, because obviously in these double pawn positions, in most of the situations, queen trade favors side playing versus double pawns, which means in this case black. it is maybe good to know that one of the reasons, for example, why black did not include h6, bishop h4, is that now if black takes, white has a choice. White can also take with the queen, because knight e4 does not bring the same result due to move queen c2. So castles, bishop c3 is forcing double pawns in center. bc3. Now black plays h6, bishop h4. So what I want to say, if black included h6, bishop h4, bishop c3, white could still play bc3, transposing to a game, but he also had a choice to take with the queen. Now, after bishop c3, there was no really choice, because, like I said, after queen c3, knight e4, black simply has a great game, probably better game. So bc3, h6, bishop h4, we have these double pawns in center, and c5. Black wants to fix a pawn structure, something which I try to explain in a PGN, in a book, and also in this video. White has to be somehow careful by determining a pawn center. Because what white has as a possibility, white can here do many things with his pawn center. I mean, he can push it and try to push it to take space. But problem is that once you do this to take space, pawns, they cannot go back. So you have determined a pawn structure. And then let's say this advantage is in such a kind of position, if black develops, white develops, and now black simply plays knight f8, and black will remove this pin. You reach a position where actually black can improve position easy, shuffling this knight around, while white actually has fixed the pawn structure and has a problem to improve his situation. So white should try to keep things flexible, because white can try to keep attention. For example, to remove a rook, to remove a knight, and then to try to push pawn. Or to push pawn to e4 and keep attention. White should try to keep this tension in the center, not moving the pawns as long as he can. Because it doesn't show his hand. It forces black to deal with the many different kind of options. And also black cannot shuffle his knight so easily, because black needs to be ready for different kind of central pawn changes. And this is what Botvinnik does. He plays move rook e1. Preparing moves like knight d2 and f4, not deciding anything in a position. Here black played move bishop g4. What black wants is to prevent this plan. Because now I cannot play move knight d2, because amongst other things it is going after bishop e2, rook e2, it is going to cost me a pawn, right? I don't want this. Sometimes white goes for this kind of pawn sacrifices, cd, cd, e4, aiming to defend this pawn, win this pawn on d4, and to have an advantage. Because in that case it is advantage, because d6 is always weaker than c4. And white has space advantage. Not what white wants to do. Here bishop g4. Here white devised a plan played by Botvinnik in this game, and something which is not often seen in a game which is in a book, in a PGN. Kuzubov, van der Wiel, Kuzubov copied on this plan of Botvinnik. Botvinnik here played very strong strategic decision, move which would not be even considered by many players. He played move bishop f6. You may wonder, why would somebody in his right mind with a white be willing to trade this nice bishop doing this wonderful pin to this stupid knight? What can be reasoning for it? Well, the reasoning for it is strategic trait that is going to follow. And a very deep understanding, because game is played 1938. Botvinnik took on f6, queen f6 in order to follow it up with queen e4. Double attack. Black is here asked difficult question. Either to give up a bishop on f3 or to return the bishop all the way to c8. Both moves have its logic, but with bishop c8, now white can continue on his plan knight d2 and on knight c6 f4. Rook is not defended, so you cannot touch any pawn. I threaten to take, I threaten to open a file, I threaten then to do some pushing. White is having here very strong play. You cannot, just let's say, I don't know, move the queen because I can take. And if you take, I have even different kind of ideas. I can even start some mating business because you cannot stop me so easily because I can sacrifice along the f file, depending what you do. So after f4, white has a very promising position. Black decided to take on f3. Bishop f3, knight c6. And here you may wonder, what is such a great deal of Botvinnik's decision in this position to take bishop f6? What is such a big deal about this? And very likely he already planned this moment when he played move rook e1. So you may wonder, here giving this bishop and entering this kind of position, what could be his idea? Because, okay, he has a bishop versus knight. Is it really advantage? Who knows? Well, this bishop is controlling many squares, but maybe those squares will turn to be empty squares. Black wants, for the time being, to take a pawn for free. If you close the position with d5, you close your own bishop, while at the same time pawn weakness remains, and black can nicely shuffle this knight. Maybe not only to a5, because when you move knight to a5 in such a kind of position, problem is that you cannot keep on increasing pressure on this pawn on c4, and this knight remains at the edge of the board. But here, for example, such a tight move is a very useful one, because you can move a queen, push f5, just keep on improving position. While you have this beautiful pawn chain, this bishop not being worth very much. So what can be white idea? Because ed4 is also a threat. Here we see the depth of the strategic idea of Botvinnik. He took dc5. dc5. You will see that in his game versus Van der Wiel, Kuzubov copied the same idea. What did white get from all these strategic traits? Started with the move bishop f6, getting into this type of position. Well, double pawns are not so terrible here, because they actually also control a lot of squares. Black cannot make a use of d4 square. White can make a use of d5 square. White can build up on a d file. White can build up on this diagonal, and white is going to establish a domination. All of this was very deep strategic idea seen by Botvinnik many times, many moves ahead. So now first white builds up on a d file, rook d1, rook a d8, and now builds up rook d5, uses the outpost. Not easy situation for black here, because white simply wants to keep on building up. And also black here, he may have to start to think about what if white takes a pawn. So black plays move b6. In the case that black took, white takes back with a pawn. And after cd5 and after knight e7, black's problem is not the fact that white has a passed pawn. This is not black's problem, because if black would be here to move, let's suppose that white would make terrible strategic mistake and push c4, which would be very bad strategic move. Then black can play move knight c8. Knight comes to d6, being a perfect blockading piece. This bishop starts to become stupid. Black is probably already better. But Black's problem is that he doesn't get this beautiful blockade. This knight never gets to d6 because White pushes d6. And after Black takes, Queen b7, White has a clear advantage because Bishop is dominating the knight. a7 is a weak pawn. Rook is coming to d1. White is clearly better. So Black played here move b6. White improves pressure. Black plays rook takes d5. Sorry, Black plays move knight a5. Because again, you cannot, take, because I have increased pressure. I will take by pawn, and again, I will have a push. So blockade on d6 will never happen. So Black played move knight a5. Here, White played very clever prophylactic move. White understands that Black cannot say pass forever, that Black will need to resolve the file pressure, and White simply improves his position, correctly anticipating the course of the events. White plays here move h3. King problem is solved. Now there is never going to be some back rank tactics. Black needs to decide once what to do, and he doesn't have too many moves. Now also without two back rank tactics, Black needs to worry that one day grabbing everything on d8 and collecting a pawn may be in hand, maybe losing c4 pawn but having 4 versus 3, opening up a position, something which happened in the game. But Black here has all sorts of worries. So Black takes rook d5. How does White retake? C d5 would be a terrible mistake, because now knight will come to its perfect blockading square. This bishop will be stupid. Botvinnik takes by rook, keeping dominating position. Queen e7. Bishop g4. Threat is to enter. Queen b7, doing the spin. I like here how with a limited number of pieces, White keeps on improving position. Just brilliant technique by Botvinnik. Bishop f5. Already some tactical threats. Does White has a tactical threat? Yes, he does. Queen e5. And you cannot take because there is a checkmate. So Bishop f5 has created a tactical threat to this king because it's taken this square away. So Queen e5 followed by mate is a threat. Queen b8. Queen h6 was perhaps a better defense, but Queen h4, White is maintaining terrible pressure on Black position. Queen b8. Rook d7. Is there a threat? Sort of it is. This is a threat. Rook d8. Now we have a tactical solution. Queen e5. Using a weak king. Using a back rank tactics. You cannot take anything because of mate on a back rank. So knight c4. Queen takes b8, rook b8. Let's look at this transformation of the position. Knight is sort of back in play. But White has 4 versus 3 on a king side. White has a great rook. Does Black have a counterplay? Well, not really. But White here does a very impressive execution. A lot of players playing here with White would have simply taken a pawn and then see what happens, which would allow Black in turn to activate his knight, to hit on this bishop, to kind of try to improve it, hitting on a pawn. Botvinnik understands that actually black pawns will move very slowly, that his pawns will move very fast. And he plays amazing technique here, execution. He improves his bishop. Bishop e4. Bishop is getting to its dominant position. Once bishop is dominant to d5, f7 pawn is a problem. This rook will be even more dominant. So bishop e4. Threat is bishop d5. Knight moves does not solve anything because now you don't have a good move. So bishop e4, knight a3. Willing, hoping to get some kind of counterplay. Bishop d5. Rook f8. Now again, great technique. Botvinnik is saying I'm playing on a side where I'm stronger. e4. With so limited number of pieces, this pressure is increasing. Plan, very simple one. Great rook, great bishop, great pressure, and push those pawns. e4, a5. Okay, moving the pawns on a queen side, hoping for counterplay. Also, this pawn doesn't hang anymore, because who knows, one day white might really take it. c4. Fortifying bishop position and limiting counterplay, because black would love this. At least to create counterplay. But he couldn't do it because, okay, if he, let's say, did this immediately, then white can take. So that's why he pushed a5. But now it comes c4. Again, white plan is simple. Black plays b5, hoping to get counterplay. cb5, knight b5. Black's problem is that his c-pawn is not going anywhere. It is safely blocked. White pawns, oh yeah, white pawns are running. Botvinnik follows on his logic that he was famed for. Botvinnik was famed for following on his plans with a extremely disciplined iron-like logic. e5, a4, f4, pushing, knight d4, just improving king, king f2. Rook is totally out of play. Pawns cannot move. White will continue his business. g4, blinking, f5, and ultimately win the game. Ultimately, this pawn pushing or this pawn pushing will decide. Black has no counterplay. g5, g3. Simple chess, no need to rush. gf, gf. Black simply cannot stop white pawns. Knight e6, king e3. Pushing one of the few pieces that are available. Again, I like how Botvinnik plays it. He doesn't care about taking, because he doesn't want to give some potential trace of a counterplay and chance to maybe make a draw. He doesn't care about this. f5. Knight c5. Rook c7. Total domination. Knight d3. I really like how whole game white is not interested to collect those pawns. White is simply interested on executing his plan on the king side. And the game is over. f e6. f e6. Rook e8, e7 is the threat anyway. e7, king g7, bishop c6, winning more material, and black resigned. So I like in this game, first of all, this is a beautiful concept, what Botvinnik did, starting here with move bishop f6. Forcing a number of favorable traits to get position of domination. Utilizing d-file. Quiet move, useful move. Utilizing d-file. Improving the bishop and getting tactical threats. now getting into one ending. But this one ending needs to be executed. And execution is perfect with iron logic. White focuses simply on domination. Black pieces cannot move, rook is passive, and white is pushing on a king side, not caring at all about collecting any of those pawns and wins easily. I think there is a lot to learn from this classical game. I would now like to, let's say, finish the Nimzo part of this double pawns chapter in this recording with the two games of my own. This one game I have played a long time ago. I played it in 1994. And my opponent was Luc Winans, one of the best Belgian players ever. And the game was played in a Dutch team league. And it started as an Nimzo Indian, like the other games as well. d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, e3, so-called classical variation, c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop d3, bishop takes c3, bc3, d6. So we have here these double pawns, double Nimzo pawns. This variation is called Hübner variation because with the black pieces it was favored by German grandmaster Robert Hübner, once upon a time one of the best players in the world. And it was considered for many years one of the main lines of Nimzo Indian. What do we have here? Black would like to put his pawns on the dark squares and to get a good blockade, hoping then to shuffle his knights around. This knight can also sometimes move. But he wants white to close the center. For example, black would like something like this. Like I mentioned before, white has to be very careful when closing a center. Because here center is closed, white took more space, this is true, but white also took dynamic out of his position, and this is something which he has to be careful with. Because now white can no longer create dynamics. White has more space, but this can be also of temporary nature. And black is having its possibility to, shuffle pieces around, even to castle then, and to play move f5, or even sometimes h6, g5, knight g6. So white has to be in this position very careful as to how white wants to push his pawns. And white should try to keep dynamics in center and to close this center to push those pawns the moment when he thinks that it's very beneficial for him. And I tried to do it in this game. I castled e5. Black would like white to react in a center. I played here a move knight to d2, not willing to react, stopping e4 and willing to sacrifice a pawn on d4. Okay, question of course comes if knight d2, what happens if black takes the pawn, which is kind of normal question. White takes on cd4, white takes cd4, ed4, ed4, knight d4. Now we understand what white got in return for his sacrifice pawns. Okay, this king is a bit in a center, which means that white has quick development, right? Check. Knight e6. Now white has to try to use diagonals and space advantage. The way to use it is, for example, move bishop a3. Castles, knight b3. Okay, serious threat. Queen d7. Being ready, okay, bishop takes to move the rook for a pin. And on such a move, by the way, bishop can of course never be taken because of this covered check. And on such a move, let's say c5, 98. And he wants to take, and there are some kind of problems here. Okay, but here white can continue attack. Very often in such positions, this is by rook lift. It is here not easy for black because white has two open diagonals and black king is a problem. So for example, rook d8 would be logical move, removing bishop d6 threat, but now problem is that bishop b2 is a headache because this knight is hanging, while it cannot really move away very easily because there is either rook g3 or rook h3 or straight sacrifice, followed by queen h5 and rook h3, so this knight cannot really move away. If instead, let's say queen c6, now bishop takes can happen, bishop d6, rook d8, bishop e5, knight d7. Black's problem is that white's attack is continuing. Look, this king is open and diagonals are open, and this is exactly what white wanted to achieve by sacrificing this pawn on d4. You remember, like in my comments on a Kaspersky, I said that to take this pawn is not always beneficial because it opens diagonals, and black has to be careful with this. And we see this in this kind of, let's say, situation clearly. So we had rook e3, queen c6, bishop takes on d6, rook d8, bishop e5, knight d7, let's say queen h5, h6, bishop e2. It is here difficult for black. Also good move was to sacrifice a pawn, bishop e4, queen c4, bishop e2. Tremendous bishop, a weak king, many threats. Simply black position will collapse. The bishop b2 is also good. It allows black seemingly tactical shot, but white can trust his calculation here because after king g2, actually here this is typical that in a human play probably most humans will play bishop e4, queen c4, bishop b2 because this looks fantastic. Bishop b2 is maybe the most precise move, but for this you need a little bit computer-like calculation, because you need to realize that after queen g2, only way, king g2, knight f4, king g1, knight h5. After rook d1, this pin is bad news for black, and black will lose material. Rook f8, you need to remove this pin. Bishop a3. Rook sadly has to go back, bishop f5. Knight f6, bishop e7. Rook e8, bishop f6. Now back rank problem is going to happen. This will be now a trouble, because this rook is going to enter the d file. Knight f6, rook e8, knight e8, rook d8, and this was all actually calculated by in a game Portish Timan by Kanzei, Hohovens 1978, or today Tata Steel. Portish, like I said, many humans here would play move bishop e4 because it looks fantastic. But bishop b2 is also good, provided that white does trust his calculation, which Portish did, and understood after queen g2, king g2, knight f4, king g1, knight h5, rook d1, that this is a deadly pin, and also that black pieces are terribly discoordinated. So e5, knight d2, castles. Now again, I decided to try to keep position tense in the center, and I played move rook to b1. d5, taking a space, Has been tried in many games, but again after knight e7, problem is that the biggest part of dynamics in a center has been taken away. And after, let's say, queen c2, idea to push pawn looks attractive, but black has here very good reaction in a move g6. Because after f4, e4, e4, bishop f5, it is difficult for white to activate this bishop. Here again, remember this Kaspersky game, if this stupid pawn would not exist, white would play bishop b2 and would be doing fantastic. But this pawn stands in the way. And this pawn also stands in the way. And for a white to develop this bishop is becoming very difficult. And here black has a great game. So I played move rook b1, trying to make a pawn push, maybe f4, or maybe d5, followed by maybe f4. At the moment, that suits me. Black here played logical move. Black would have a possibility to move this bishop. And he played move b6, enabling this option. Could black do something else? Maybe. Black also could have, let's say, played waiting move like rook e8. Then in general, let's say for a black, making this move, when white now closes with d5, white has some little advantage compared to starting position, because when you close here position with white, black would love to have rook on f8. So now after rook e8, if white closes it with d5, knight e7, e4, black would probably need to go back with this rook to f8, because rook is not doing much here now. Let's say b6, rook b2. White is probably here slightly better. Let's say knight g6, rook e1. Being able on a moves like knight f4 to play move bishop f1. Probably rook f8. Black wants to be ready to maybe push f5, but white here can regroup very well. By the way, on knight f4 also bishop b1 is an option. And then removing this game like in this game happened, knight f1, knight e3. So rook f8, knight f1. This knight is usually well placed on e3. Bishop g4. h6 was a better move, but white here has advantage, because white will keep on improving on a king side. Bishop g4 was played, and now white improved position in a book-like way. He played f3, bishop d7, g3. This is ideal improvement for white of his position on a queen side. h6, rook f2. Look, this is a very nice maneuver. Rook b2, rook f2. For example, rook b8, knight e3, a6, and now white transformed the pawn structure. Play knight f5. Bishop f5, e5, knight e7, g4. White is taking space and keeps on improving his position. This was game between Yevgeny Barev with white and Nigel Short with the black, played in 1996. Convincingly won by white. White basically played a model game here, while black made a couple of instructive mistakes. b6, enabling this bishop move, trying to play useful move. And I here as a white, I played move h3, trying to play another useful move, waiting and for this with the central decision, trying to do it at the most favorable moment for me. Bishop d7, trying to be flexible as black, but maybe not in the best way. Rook e8, again, white is probably better with d5. Knight e7, it is maybe good to mention that here e4 is sometimes solving black's situation, this tactical shot, but not here, because after knight e4, this is 6, knight c3. Black does not have basically here any tactics, so cannot hope for any kind of tactics, because white has some relatively simple solutions like queen h5, g6, queen h6, knight b1 taking a rook. I mean, at the start it looks like black is in a good shape because he wants to either grab a rook or to go back with the knight. But this queen h5 is a very cold shower, because after g6, queen moves. By the way, here there are no really good moves, because position opens up very much to white's favor. Knight to b1, bishop b2, f6, bishop g6, ag6, queen g6 check, king f8, bishop f6, white simply wins, because black will lose a ton of material, and also white has now many pawns. And if knight e7, e4, again white is happy here, because h6, let's say rook e1, this rook is not well placed here, needs to go back. Sometimes you have in a King's Indian similar situation when black plays move rook e8, the white wants to close the center with the d5, because later on rook needs to go back to f8. And now let's say knight f1, playing in a similar way like Barea versus Short, and this has some plus for white. Maybe a good waiting move for black was h6. Why would it be? Because now white cannot execute a game plan. Because if white now pushes f4, black can take on d4, e4, cd4 and push d5, because bishop is still on c8. So white does not have cd5, queen h5 like in the game. So h6 was certainly useful move to consider. It is interesting in this position that both sides are playing useful moves and waiting for the other side to crack up and to take a wrong decision in a center. And this is often what situation is in those tense positions of a double pawns in a center if Nimzo Indian, because both sides making useful moves and waiting for the other one to crack and to take a wrong decision. Bishop d7, this allows white to increase pressure with f4 to a center, to increase pressure to his favor. So f4. Black now needs to take a decision. Problem is for black is that if he takes ed4, cd4, d5, this counter plan, this plan now doesn't work, because simply take on c5, take on c5, take on d5. And after knight d5, we see clearly Varum h6, why h6 was a better waiting move than bishop d7. This knight now hangs. Because after bishop h7, king h7, queen h5, king g8, queen takes d5, white is simply a pawn up. On the other hand, ed4, cd4, black does not really have a good moves. Because if cd4, e4, we have thematic here position. The temporary white is a pawn down, but this pawn on d4 is not very much worth. And white has this very formidable pawn center. Will improve position. For example, this is a one way. Once white grabs this pawn, he will have powerful bishops, and position opens up to white's favor. White has reasons to be very happy here. Regaining this pawn on d4 in a due time, and then having advantage, while black does not have any active counterplay, because white has this very formidable center. If black takes ed4, cd4 and knight b4, white has also a sacrifice which is thematic and which is useful to remember the idea. Once Yevgeny Bareyev executed this versus Jan Timan in a similar position. This is to sacrifice exchange, rook b4, c before e4. For sacrifice exchange, look, white has great pawn center, supported by two fantastic bishops and being ready for all sorts of pawn breaks. That game between Bareyev and Timar was played in a Vaikanze tournament in the mid-90s, I think in 95. It ended as a draw, but white had very promising position. So f4 is here a good move because black doesn't have a good way to react. My opponent decided to take ef4. So to leave a center as it is, I took rook f4. Black's hope is now that compared to this position, that white cannot build the same because f4 pawn is removed. So if white would now any time like to sacrifice a pawn, it is not going to be the same because, okay, he doesn't have the structure. F pawn is removed, so knight will square e5 would be under black's control. But white is now can play for f file, which is actually a strong file. Queen f3. Rook ac8. Trying to be ready, should position ever open. But now white needs to improve the position, and thus you should always be thinking what can be improved in this situation. Center is good. For the time being, center is fine. White doesn't need to touch it, everything is controlled. Pieces needing improvement, knight, bishop, rook. Let's start with the knight, knight f1. Knight is going to good square. Knight e8. It is not easy situation for black because black has to start calculating. Black start has knight g3, followed by either knight e4 or followed by sacrifices. Queen f6 takes, knight h5 or knight e4. Many kind of ideas in this kind of position. Black wants to put some pawn defenses in front of his king. Knight g3, g6, stopping this. Bishop d2, knight g7. Okay, black's idea is that dark squares around king are weak, but this bishop on d2 is not a perfect piece, not yet. But problem for black is that white is having a very strong f-file. Very strong f-file. So, and I did here the most, let's say, logical way what I thought was to continue attack. Rook f6 was also a good move. On bishop e6, it is obvious that white has strong attack. Let's say rook f1. Knight e8, trying to remove this rook. Knight h5, which is strong, going immediately for a king. For example, knight e4 allows some kind of counterplay. Knight h5 is a very strong. You cannot touch any of those pieces while white is having tremendous attack. If knight e8 back to hit a rook, again knight a5, knight e4 now. Let's say knight a5, rook f1. White has tremendous attack. I did not see need to do this immediately. I played move rook f1, improving position, because I calculated after f5 that position will open to my favor. Black here has two logical decisions. Basically, one is to play f5, another one is to first take on d4. There are not so many active moves for black. If c takes d4, e takes d4 is important move, because after c d4 f5, black's situation would improve. Why? Because white would love to open up the position, but then it is hanging by tempi. But white can take with e pawn. And now after f5, white cannot break black with e4, but can utilize the e file. Rook e1, now queen needs to go to inconvenient square, like to f7, let's say knight e4. And now tactics do favor white. Let's say if rook c8, simple knight e6 wins, because rook e1, bishop e1, queen e6, queen d5, simply. There is no double attack, white is a pawn up for nothing. If queen e7, move looks ugly, and is also not great, because let's say knight c5, queen f7, knight e7, queen d7, queen d5, rook king h8, rook f2. Rooks will double. At some stage also diagonals will open. White is clearly better. If fe4, then bishop e4, black loses too much material, or loses decisive material, will be pawn down for nothing. Bishop queen e7 is only move. You cannot put anything to f5 because of simple bishop d5 winning queen. Queen e7, check, knight e6, bishop e6, bishop e6, rook e6. Now problem is that you cannot really take because problems remain. Now white is a pawn up and there is a pin and king is still unsafe. So queen f8, king f8, rook d6, rook e6. White is a sound pawn up. This looks weak, but this pawn is also weak. So white is simply sound pawn up. Black played move f5. And now white can open up position to his favor. So arguably this may be ending with a pawn down was perhaps better solution, because now e4. White opens up position. Black does not have the time to take anything, because if black takes, white simply open position up. There are no moves like knight e5. There is always a check, and f6. f6 is a threat, king is a problem, simply. If knight e5, to try to be tactical, doesn't work here. d5, d5. And now white sacrifices a rook to be exchanged down after rook f5, gf5, ef5, but exchanged down with only for a pawn and with a terrible attack. f6 is coming, almost unstoppable. You cannot put a rook because of bishop g5. You cannot put a queen because of knight e4. So this is just a devastating attack. On e4, black played move knight e6, hitting a rook. Now exchange sacrifice comes from the other side, e5. Knight f4, bishop f4. Black's problem is that he is not so much material down. Technically, black is only a pawn up, because white already has a bishop and a pawn for a rook. But his king is in a terrible shape. Queen d5 with bishop d6 is a threat. fg6 is also a threat. Impossible to cover all those threats. He played move c takes d4. And on c takes d4 came move queen d5. Queen f7 loses to bishop d6. White will simply end being material up. Black cannot hold all this stuff together, because there is a weak king and too many pieces are hanging. He played move king g7, queen d5, king g7, bishop d6, queen e3, king h6. It looks complicated, but it's not really complicated, because one king is safe, the other king is open. So this position is just clearly better for, is basically winning for black, because it's not complicated. This king cannot survive. Rook f6. Rook f7 was another move to try to cover bishop, but let's say simple bishop e4 should win here. because rook e8, let's say bishop f4, queen c3, fg6, and again position is open. Black does not have any defense, but after bishop e4 there is no defense. There are no really good moves here, because also, let's say, such a move does not really help, because for example, to take a pawn should be winning, because let's say rook takes, knight takes, there are too many threats. Or f6 also looks very promising. Let's say rook takes f6, knight h5, takes, check, and this king has problems. Takes, let's say check. King needs to go somewhere, but where? If king f7, this wins. If king up, he doesn't save. Will also win. Simply one side is here having too much of an attack. In the game happened move rook f6. The basic problem here for black is that he would need to be more material up for this kind of suffering. Rook f6, a bishop f4, queen back to e8, defending a bishop, but now black suffers decisive losses, material losses. Take on g6, fg6, ag6, bishop h6. And black here resigned because, okay, after king h6, rook f6, he will lose some more material, next to the fact that here he's already pawn down. g6 is hanging, queen h4, h5 check is hanging, too many things. So this is interesting game when it comes to this central, let's say, balance and central dynamics. Both of the sides trying to play useful moves and then open up a center to advantage. To advantage this moment, to open up a center. So it is very important here to not to rush with such a decision, d5, knight e7, queen c2, which lots of players did, because strong players did, because actually g6 is here a strong move. Because after f4, e4, e4, bishop f5, white pawns are stopping this bishop from c1 to being active. And then this is simply problem in such a kind of position. And black actually players scored here very good practical results. Trying to be more patient with deciding to open up a center at the right moment is more advisable here. But here black also needs to be very careful with his useful moves. Probably h6 being a very good waiting move, putting an onus to white to decide as to how to continue here. So most of the time in these structures, it is important for white not to rush with closing the center. And if he can, always to try to keep some central dynamics. Central dynamics that pawns can roll, that pieces can move around, and to have chances of an attack. Also good to know that such sacrifices are typical, providing great compensation. So this was a game coming from a Hibner variation of Nimzo from my own experience, which I played a long time ago. This is 28 years ago. And I think that this game is quite instructive and understanding the dynamics as to what pawn quickly to push, what not to close, how to close, And I have a number of games in PGN for people who would follow the PGN part of a book, explaining this over and over again. But this game, I think, was very somehow instructive in this direction and easy to understand as to when to try to close the center, when it is to your advantage, and how to try to keep the adequate dynamics and to anticipate opponent's actions. So we have this kind of, let's say, pawn pushing, which we need to know that it's possible. We have this kind of sacrifices which are typical. We have this type of pawn sacrifice which is typical. Holding a strong center, this pawn will fall. All of those are typical pawn sacrifices or exchange sacrifice or minor sacrifices in such a kind of position in order to improve central pawn power of the white, and the dynamics of a white piece is behind, and black needs to somehow be also smart to be flexible, anticipating white's reaction. So I hope that this example was useful. The second game that I would like to continue with is another classic. It is played in a championship of Soviet Union, 1961 in Moscow, and white player David Bronstein came at that time with a new idea, with a revolutionary idea that later on was followed. So let me start with this classic, and this is, we have again Nimzo-Indian Samish variation, c4, knight f6, d4, e6, just coming from a bit different move order, knight c3, bishop b4, and now a3, bishop c3, bc3. We have again this pawn structure, double pawns, and here black plays move c5, like what I mentioned, one of the moves. And we will have here a modern idea which Bronstein will play, which I will compare to with the old idea which Bronstein will play, but with I would also like to show one modern game, of relatively modern game which is now 20 years old, where the same idea was followed. Bronstein here played move f3, with idea after knight c6 to take center as quickly as possible. White can also do this with a little bit of a delay by playing move e3, which is another main line in this variation for white. After knight c6, bishop d3, castles, knight e2. White wants to push his central pawns. Well, black wants to attack this potentially weak pawn and plays move b6. e4. White has idea to push and also to pin. So here black plays typical preventive move in this kind of positions, knight e8. Castles, bishop a6, focusing on this pawn. f4, white wants to play on the side where white is stronger. Here black plays a main move, which is f5. And did black sometimes try to continue winning this pawn? He did in some games, black did in some games, but okay, after f5, e5, white can't get a dangerous attack because f6 is sort of a threat. Let's say if you take, okay, those things are a threat, because then king becomes too weak. We damage a pawn structure, we bring the knight, and okay, we get very often deadly attack, or knight goes to h5. So after f5, e5, move like f6 needs to be played, but it leaves black king in some other kind of problems, because white usually has quite a good attack here. Knight can move, A queen can also move. There is a rook lift. White has very good attacking potential here. And that's why black is not playing it. Engines are defending with the black, but in a human play it is difficult. And f5 is move, which is a main move. White advances with the d5, knight a5. And now in a game, Milov versus Judith Polgar in a FIDE Knockout World Championship 2001 in Moscow, White actually followed up on the idea which we would see that Bronstein did in this game. So actually White more or less did a copycat. White here pushed move e5. What White wants? White wants after bishop c4, which Polgar played, bishop c4, knight c4, to play move d6. So White sacrificed the pawn, but has locked out this knight with this pawn chain. You will see that Bronstein will play exactly same idea. Basically, Milov is doing a copycat of a Bronstein's idea from 1961, so 40 years later. Because in this position, you have to be thinking, how long does it take black to actually activate this knight on e8? It takes forever. White, on the other hand, tries here to win game on a queen side. In Bronstein game, very similar thing will happen, same thing will happen. Because why? If queen side opens, White is going to be piece up there. Can White force this? He actually can. It is not so easy to keep a queen side close, because I'm gonna play, let's say, such a move. And then on b5 is always a4. With bishop e3 to follow, keep on opening up the position. To block all of this is also not so simple, because if let's suppose that black wants to play, let's say, move like knight a5 to block it all, White can still move the queen. If knight moves a5, there is also b file. There is possibility to even sacrifice a pawn sometimes. It is not so simple to keep the stuff closed. And then if everything is closed, let's suppose that black does manage to close it, then White can still focus on attacking the king side. So such a position is very promising for White. Either black will manage to hold position or White is going to win. This particular game White won, because black has a problem with the counterplay. So now let's see Bronstein game, and you will see that Milov did exactly copycat of Bronstein plan, Bronstein strategic plan. So Bronstein played move f3, knight c6, e4, castles. And White pushes on a king side, e5, knight e8. By the way, it is good to know that perhaps castles is okay, castle is played, but the main theoretical move is d6 here. This is main theory move. And again, for people who want to know something more about theory of this, I refer to my Chessable Samish course takedown in Indian. So e4, castles, e5. White continues advance, knight e8, f4. So we have similar to what I was showing. One big difference that now knight can actually did not commit development and can go to f3, which is useful square. Black understands need to focus on these pawn weaknesses, predominantly c4 pawn weakness, and black plays cd4, cd4, b6. Black wants simple chess. Bishop a6, knight a5, rook c8, and eat a pawn. Knight f3, bishop a6, bishop d3, developing move, and also move preparing, actually move creating a simple tactical threat, because what can be the threat? This threat, it is easy to kind of notice, because in the case of knight a5, we have this textbook sacrifice, bishop h7, king h7, knight g5, and now there will be checkmate because on king g8 there is queen h5, or king g6. There is going to be either queen g4, which should win, or a little bit more spectacular f5, e takes f5, g4, removing the pawn defenses, and black king is mated. Pawn defenses are removed. So bishop d3, f5, stopping. Now we might be wondering how is white supposed to continue here, because kingside attack has been stopped, or anyhow stopped for the time being, while black has threats to target this pawn. Here white does the idea that Milov in a previously showed game did follow 40 years later, but the idea is Bronstein's. White will here sacrifice this pawn on c4, but will push d pawn all the way to d6, so that this pawn is going to control this knight. So d5, knight a5, d6. Now we understand the idea behind. White does not care about c4 pawn, but wants to limit black knight on e8. And black can take this pawn immediately or later. Black decides to first develop his rook, castles. Black is not in a hurry to take this pawn because this pawn is not really going away. And sooner black takes it, well, sooner white will try to do play on a queen side, or first a5. What white needs to do, white would like to open up the position. And with queen side open, white will be having a piece up on that side. Also very important, since knight is not coming into play, if white rook any time goes to 7th rank, d7 pawn will be a problem. So black is postponing this decision, playing move g6. Black wants to play move knight g7. Problem for black is when knight comes to g7, there is no real future. It is still question what the knight is doing there. So g6, and here white speeds up a process of opening up the queen side and plays move c5. Black has to take on d3, bishop d3, queen d3, rook c5 obviously, because bc5 only helps white. bc5, let's say bishop d2, and many things are coming. So rook c5. Black would love to keep pawn structure intact. But it is not easy, because white wants to open up the pawn structure on a battle on the queen side. And then black is going to feel the fact that this knight is simply piece which cannot join the fight. This is the Bronstein strategy in this game. He played here move bishop e3, rook d5. Not easy decision, but bringing rook back does not really help very much. This pawn will also go. I can always hit the knight and continue pushing. Very difficult situation for black. He played rook d5, queen a6, knight c6. Black is trying to keep the stuff together, willing to maybe move the rook, or willing to move the knight and then to move a queen, and then to move a rook, and maybe to move a knight back, and then hoping somehow to keep the matters closed. Problem is that he cannot manage to do this. Rook fc1. White is creating exchange sacrifice threat, amongst other things. Or first queen b7 and then to take. Why? Because then d pawn will be removed. Pawn chain is going to be strong. Knight will be dominated. d6 pawn will be amazing power. So rook c1, knight c7, knight g7, and here black would love to play move queen a8, rook c8, hoping to keep a queen side closed, but Bronstein here sacrifices exchange. Rook c6, correct decision. Black is facing a difficult choice here. And black decided to go for a move rook a5. Why? Because dc6, queen a7 looks like a difficult ending. Because queen a8, probably forced move. Because here black probably has to do it. Queen takes a8. Queen b6 is probably not precise because black gets some activity. Because here problem is that queen c7 is a terrible blunder because rook b7 and white just blundered the queen. Queen c6, rook b1. Queen obviously can here he gets the problems. So obviously taking on a8, rook a8, bishop b6, this position is difficult for black. And that's why Simage didn't want to enter it. White has already one pawn for exchange. But okay, this is this d6 pawn, which is powerful pawn. Ace passer, which is also a powerful pawn. Knight still takes ages to bring it in play. How to bring it in play? So for only price of a one exchange, white has clear advantage here in this kind of ending. Black decided to play move rook a5. Black's idea is easy because here if I take, I lose on d6. On c6 I lose on pawn on a7, and then pawn on b6 is also going to be lost either immediately or queen a8, rook a8, bishop b6 with difficult ending. So after rook a5, it's obvious what black wants. Black is hoping after queen b7 to simply take. And at least he's holding this kind of pawn chain. What is a problem for black is that actually now white has very nice queen sacrifice, queen a5, which Bronstein does. Nice position on queen sacrifice. ba5, rook c7. Black's situation is very difficult here. Rook is a monster. Another rook can join. Black obviously does not want to lose this pawn on d7, but how to protect it? Black has also here no counterplay. And black does hope for some counterplay. He plays here move h6. He's hoping for g pawn push, though it does not bring desired results, and it also opens black king. Rook bb1. Threat is clear. Now, sad story, this terrible knight needs to go back. Knight e8. Rook a7 and g5. And here white goes for a pawn collection. Bishop b6. Queen b8. Queen c8 does not help because simple chess. Bishop c7 and white traps a queen. So queen b8 only move. Rook d7. Well, white is now no longer even really material down because he has rook bishop and a dangerous pawn for a queen, and black still has no counterplay. Queen c7, rook e7, queen c2. Black is desperate trying to create some threats, but has a problem that he can only move his queen. Other pieces are still a long way off from joining the fight. Rook f1, queen c6, disturbing a bishop, bishop f2. Knight g7, okay, protecting pawn on e6, and also hoping to maybe bring knight in play. fg5, good decision. ag5, knight g5. White collected another pawn. Rook is still strong. This is a weakness. Pass pawn remains a power. Queen d5 and knight f3. Mission accomplished. Pawn on g5 is taken. And now knight is going back to f3. Black king can become soon a problem. f4, rook c7. Preventive move because knight f5 will come anyway, so not to be on tempi. Knight f5, rook b1. Black king is a problem. White can improve his position. Rook is passive. White can play h3 any moment so that this king is never in trouble. Knight e3. Here white has plays nice constructive move, which is h3. Eliminating all the threats and being ready to enter with the rook on a 7th rank. Queen d3. Having the hopes of a counterplay. Rook bc1. Very calmly played by Bronstein. What is the point? Okay, knight d5 was played in the game. The point is that queen g6 will lose to bishop e3, f e3, rook, let's say 1 to c4. It is good that h3 was played. Now we see reason for it. Rook 7 to c4 is less precise after queen d3, rook d4, queen a3, some chances. Rook from 1 to c4 is more precise because, okay, you have one rook on a 7th rank and you have another rook entering the fight, and this king is now a problem. And let's say queen b1, check, because queen d3, rook d4. Now it's different story because compared to previous positions I have this extremely powerful rook. If maybe it's good to know that rook takes f3, that this rook ending after rook f3, rook g4, queen g4, a g4 is completely lost because e2, rook c1 back. White is having 2 pawns up and black does not have a to find enough counterplay to make a draw. So after rook c4, let's say queen b1, king a2, e2. This is no real counterplay because problem is weak king. Rook g4 check, king h8, d7. Now we have power of the pawn and we have power of the threats. e1 queen, probably best move. Knight e1, queen e1. Okay, at least there is some threat. So let's say if rook c8, queen e5, though it should not help because it also loses after rook g3. Because queen d6, rook e8. And again, d8 queen is a threat, white gets material back and has a winning position. But more precise is rook g5. Because after queen e3, rook c8, this pawn stays alive compared to previous lines. So let's say queen check on f4, rook to g3, king h7, rook e8, so this pawn is alive, there is no move like queen d6, and now simply white is going to be massive material up and game is over. Knight d5 was played in a game, disturbing a rook, but it doesn't change very much. Knight 7 to c6, knight e3 back, and now simply Bronstein collects material. Rook c6 to c3, queen b5, bishop e3, f e3, rook e3. White king is very safe. A black king is a problem. Passed pawn is running. White is starting to get also material advantage. Too many things for a queen. Queen b6, rook c3, king g7. Now elegant move, king h2, removing pin and liberating a rook. King h6, rook e4. King is a problem. This king is completely safe. We have a passer, we have potential mating attack. This rook will come. And after black played move queen b2, and at the same time black resigned. I like this game very much because of strategic idea of Bronstein in the opening, which was new at the time, So this is to sacrifice a pawn in order to build this kind of structure, limiting this knight. And later on, we had this very beautiful first potential exchange sacrifice, and then queen sacrifice. Having basically positionally one game. Brilliant strategic game by Bronstein, played 1961. I mean, that's a long time ago. That's 60 years ago. And this is second classical game in this chapter, which I think is a very good one for understanding the strategic ideas behind white pushing pawn, that sometimes you simply want to limit black pieces by a sheer space taking. My fifth game that I did choose for in this video presentation, in this video recording, is game between Grigory Kaidanov and Alexander Onischuk, played in Chicago 2002. And I like this game because white did find one interesting way to develop, let's say, unconventional way to make harmonious development, which was connected to positional sacrifice. In a little bit unusual position, but it has to do with a normal, let's say, semi-step type structure. Let us get there. It was, of course, Rimts Indian again, d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop e4, e3. Sometimes we get these double pawn structures with immediate, like what we did see in this number of games already showed, a3, bishop c3, b c3. Sometimes this decision is delayed, like in this game. So white played move e3, castles, and now white played move a3, bishop c3, b c3. Well, black here has a choice between playing move like c5, which is most played move, followed by mostly knight c6, or idea which is much less played, but this is what Onischuk did in this game. This is to try to develop something like this, to play d6, e5, and to push e4, to try to slow down white's development, and then maybe later to focus to play b6, bishop a6, and to focus on this pawn weakness on c4. So d6 was played here. 92, e5, knight g3, rook e8. We see here what black wants. Black wants to basically take space, to play move e4 and to make white's development a little bit more difficult. So bishop d3 was played. Indeed, e4, taking space, bishop e1, and b6. We are now going to get a rather unusual pawn structure, because black has taken space, as we see, and he wants to play move bishop a6 to hit his pawn. But life is not so simple for black, because he also did spend the time doing this. So now white played move f3. What white wants is to open up position. White simply wants to take a pawn to start with. Black cannot take because, okay, white is going to be very active. So what black does, black plays move bishop a6, entering very interesting pawn structure. fe4, bishop c4, queen f3, having threats, knight bd7. Okay, this pawn structure came as a result of black's plan to play this move d6, e5, and then to push pawn to e4, target this c4 weakness. We get white collecting, targeting center, and we get this pawn structure. Very unusual in Nimzo Indian. We really rarely see it, and it is interesting, because white has a really formidable pawn center, very strong pawn center. But black also has something. Black has this very strong bishop, stopping white castle. White would maybe love to include his rook in play, This is typical rook transfer in a semish type of position. But black is also covering with his bishop a2 square. For white would be useful if white can push those his central pawns to open up bishops. Like now, I can also go back to discussion to our previous situation. If this pawn on e3 will not exist, and this king would be safer, maybe I can play move bishop g5. But for the time being, to activate those two bishops is not easy. And there is a problem to solve this king problem. And here white took a very interesting decision. I had actually two games here where white took unusual decisions in both of them. In this game, Grigory Kaidanov played a very interesting move and very nice idea. He played move rook a2. He wants to sacrifice an exchange in order to get a bishop on a strong diagonal, and more importantly, to solve the king's problem, because now he can castle. We also had another interesting game played by Boris Spassky as black many years before this game. Also very unorthodox game, which rook a2 is a better move. But I would like to show this game in this video because it is very unusual game. Spassky played move a4. Standard move, you kind of often push this pawn because you would like to take space and to maybe to be ready to develop bishop a3. Black played queen c8. Okay, kind of logical move. You are improving a queen. You want to move this queen maybe to b7, later maybe even to c6 or maybe to a6. And also removing a queen from potential pin. Should this bishop ever come to g5, there is never going to be pin. And here Spassky played very extraordinary move to improve this king position. Because you should be thinking in direction, if black is to move, black will play queen of a3 and maybe even bishop to d3. Because black would like to have actually this bishop straighted. Because then any kind of tactics connected to e5 will disappear. White pawns will have a weak pawns. But here Spassky plays very original move. He plays here move king d2. A very original solution. He wants to connect rooks. He wants to solve a king problem. Queen a6. Now, because king is on d2, move bishop d3 is not a threat. But also difficult to connect rooks. So Spassky decides how to activate this rook. Another original plan. h4. He wants to play h5 and to activate this rook. Rook a d8. h5. h6. Rook h4. Okay, this rook problem has been solved. These pieces remain a problem. King is weak, but for the time being difficult to attack it. Knight h7. Wants to increase the pressure. Preferably on this pawn. Bishop c2. Idea is to defend the pawn and to be ready to perhaps activate this rook. Knight g5. Rook f2, queen f2. Rook e6. White has one weakness. Black is smart. He wants to pressurize this weakness with potentially most of his pieces. Rook g4. Rook d8. Bishop a3. And black follows on his plan. Knight f6. Now, like it or not, white is forced to sacrifice exchange. Because otherwise, if pawn on e4 falls, white would be positionally lost. And also practically lost. So rook g4. Rook g5. H5. And queen f5. Trying to play for some kind of initiative. Pawn is hanging. Maybe e5 will come in a timely manner. There are many things here. Here black played a bit strange move. He played move c5. He wants to attack a center to open up a white king. However, black is exchange up. After all, this is decent material up. And probably queen a5 was a good move. Simply giving white tough choice. White cannot take a pawn. White doesn't want to push any pawns in order to, because we'll only give away squares. I mean, this is not what white wants. And to trade queens, okay, you double some pawns, but black is exchange up and queens are off. White can maybe hope to make a draw, perhaps, if he is lucky. But black is here just simply clearly better in this kind of position. Black is a pawn up, black is exchange up, and black is even sometimes threatening to sacrifice exchange back, taking on e4, but collecting a pawn in the process. Black played a little bit strange move c5. Now white will actually slowly get an attack. White will here really get an attack. He played here move queen g5. Okay, now white already has a pawn for exchange. King is open. Knight f5 is a threat. All out of sudden, actually, white has compensation. C takes d4, trying to open up white's king. Most likely missing white's move, because probably black thought that white is forced to take back. Black's best move was knight h7, removing this queen and organizing defense. After knight h7, queen g4, perhaps knight f6 with the move repetition was the most objective outcome of this game in this position. Because king h8 playing for a win can be dangerous after knight f5, g6, take on g6, a6, fg6, rook h1. You get this typical kind of attack, which obviously you cannot solve by taking, because, okay, what's the problem? Well, the problem is, in such a kind of position, the problem is that we have a rook, queen, this bishop is also open, and this is unpleasant in such a kind of position, even though one side is having this material advantage, massive material advantage. But knight h7 was necessary move, and then after queen g4 deciding as to whether to play for a win or to agreeing to a draw. To give a pawn on g5 was certainly not a good idea, because now this knight f5 threat came. But cd4. And now Spassky plays very well. He plays here a move knight f5. Not minding to allow black to open up white's king position, because here time is of essence. In this very unusual position, with both kings very much open, time is of essence. Factor time is important here. Which pawn should black take? He takes the wrong one. Correct defense was dc3. White needs to play move king e1. Very simple reason that other moves are not good, because for example, king c1, hiding a king may look logical, but after knight h5, queen h5, bishop d3, white simply here has a problem, because king is in a bad position and he's not getting what he wants. He also, rook can never join, because if you want to here have an attack, you need this rook somehow to jump to h1, which here is impossible with this king on c1. At the same time, move king c3 is a bit too much asked, because you grab this pawn, putting this king in the middle of the board. Queen a5 check, let's say bishop b4, knight e4 check, bishop e4, queen e5, king c4. This is a bit wild, king chase, queen a1. Mate is protected. Very strange position. 2 rooks versus 3 pieces, but king is exposed. Black king is also not really great. But somehow here black is doing well. Bishop d5, rook e4, bishop e4, rook e4. And now knight, unfortunately, needs to go back because you don't have a good move. You cannot go with the king back because there will be queen b1. You cannot go with the queen up because this will be bad news. Check, and mate is protected while a bishop will fall. So, and if knight d4, there are no longer threats to black king. So on dc3, king e1 is therefore only move. Knight h5, queen h5, g6, bishop g5. And here black, in order to try to defend, black needs to threaten mate in 1 on e2, because otherwise white will move the king. And again, this business is coming. So bishop f1, knight d4, rook e5, queen f6, bishop d3. Black would love to trade those 2 bishops. But white plays king f2, wants rook h1, rook h5, bishop c2 is losing because of rook h1, rook h5, rook h5, gh5, knight f5, and a nice checkmate. So rook h5, bishop b3, bishop c4. Okay, how should white continue? If white plays bishop c2, black can play bishop d3 back. For white now to try to play for a win, he needs to use this weak king and to create battery queen and the bishop and play move bishop b4. Not easy move to play because after bishop b3, bishop c3, we built the battery, but we also did sacrifice a piece. Queen d3, and now is a question where to jump with this knight. Obviously, knight needs to jump in order to threaten checkmate on g7. Knight can jump to e6, but knight can also grab a bishop, threatening same checkmate and grabbing bishop. Interesting enough, knight to b3 is a mistake and a draw because this rook is now going to be open. After rook f5, this rook is open, and black has perpetual check. e5, queen e3, king f1, queen f4, king g1, queen e3, king h2, queen h6, and the draw. Knight e6 is the right move. Queen c3, only move to give a queen, because rook h7 is losing to rook h1. And now rook cannot move. Threat is immediate mate, queen h8. Rook h8, rook h8, checkmate. And there is no somehow clever way here to deal with the problem. So only way to stay in the game is to give a queen, queen c3, queen c3, bishop e6, queen c7, rook a5, queen d6. Okay, now we are at the end of a long computerized line with a lot of tactical shots, which white is better. White is definitely better. Is white winning? White is probably not winning, but white is certainly clearly better here because black's king problem are far from being solved. Okay, in the game happened d takes e3, which will speed up the process, because here happen move king c1 because pawn is not on c3. And now after knight h5, queen h5, king, knight h5 was not only move, but okay, it is only move. Checkmate is a threat, so it's only move. And now because pawn is on e3, there is no way to stop king moving, and rook joins the party with the checkmate. And happened bishop d3, king b2, and of course rook is now joining the attack, and white soon won. It was game Spassky Usyk played in 1958. I like this game because it is full of original ideas and very unusual positions. And to study this is for certainly going to be beneficial to a player to develop original ideas, but also calculating training. Now let us go back to our game. So Kaidanov is playing move rook a2, willing to sacrifice exchange in order to solve king's position. Onischuk takes the most principled decision. He takes exchange. He accepts sacrifice. They say that most of sacrifices are refused by accepting them. But this was not a good choice here. Move like c5 was a better choice. Ensuring that this bishop on c4 is controlling this diagonal. So having a full control on this diagonal. And preventing white from castling. Bishop a2 makes life of white easy. Because white couple of moves are easy to make. While black is facing difficult defense. Knight f8, castles. Knight g6, bishop d2. Black is in exchange up. White does not have any immediate threats. But white center is very formidable. The bishop is extremely well placed. All the pieces are harmonious. And white is ready at some given moment to push e5 to sacrifice a pawn, followed by e4, opening up his bishop, and this is what is to happen in this game. When I was analyzing this with Engine is finding a way for black to defend. But I think for a human, this is in human play, this position is much easier to play with white. Queen d7, knight f5, bringing another piece in play. Now black made a mistake because rook e4 looks at the first glance to be losing move because of knight g7. I want to take a knight, which you cannot move, because rook is hanging. And I have removed the pawn defenses. But what is the point? The point is that here black has very good tactical defense, which is move knight f4. And now probably if bishop b1, I give back exchange, I play d5. Let's say ef4, king g7. f5, I leave this rook there, rook g8. I don't mind giving this rook in order to stabilize my position. And now it is not so easy to attack this king. Material is equal. Both sides have these trumps. This is a playable position for both sides. Black played move queen d8. It is easy to understand, in a practical game that people, they reject move rook takes c4 after seeing move knight g7. But like I said, black had this very nice tactical defense. Onischuk on knight f5 didn't see this. He played move queen d8, and now he is having a problem that white can now open up the position. Maybe black was thinking before, because this pawn is hanging, that white has nothing better than knight g3 back, but actually white does. White has here this beautiful thematic sacrifice opening up the position, and this bishop joining the attack. Thematic pawn break, d5, e5, d5, e4. White is now attacking with all his pieces. E takes d4. Now white is continuing attack in a bookmark way. He removes pawn defenses, knight g7. King g7 loses to simple pin, bishop g5. And white is going to either mate black or have decisive material advantage, whatever. So black played move knight e5, hitting white queen. Queen h3. Precision is always important. Queen g3 is a mistake because there is no knight jump because knight e4 take comes with a tempi, hitting a queen. So precision is always important. Queen h3. Okay, now for example knight e4 doesn't hit anything and is losing to relatively simple knight e8. Knight needs to be taken. You cannot take bishop because of knight f6 check. And now bishop h6 and this king is going to end being mated. I have many threats here. For example, one threat, let's suppose that a black takes, simple win is to take. Takes and there is going to be checkmate. And mate. So, queen h3, d takes c3. Bishop c3. King takes g7. Temporary black is a rook up, but those two bishops are two killing machines. Queen g3. Simple the power of bishops. Knight g6. White here has no moves, and it is a little bit sad that black has no moves, and it is a little bit sad that white did not somehow finish the game in a brilliant style he played it, because here the best move was h4, because black cannot unpin. White can take on f6 and grab a queen anytime he likes. And h5 will come and the game is soon going to come to an end. White was a little bit impatient to take material, to establish material equality, and he took bishop f6. Queen f6, rook f6. Which gives black some hopes, because after king f6 black is not exactly mated and is having enough material, but problem is king is weak. Now white is playing move h4, so try to imagine if white played h4 here, he will be having the same position more or less with extra tempi, which will make game decided, because black does not have any clever move to stop this queen taking, to prevent white from taking his queen. But okay, what happened in the game, bishop f6 immediately, queen f6, rook f6, king f6, h4. It is still winning for white, because this king is weak, but precision is needed. Kaidanov rounds off the game very well. Rook e5, queen f3, king g7, h5. Black is forced to give his knight. f6, ag6, ag6. Black is hoping to build a fortress, and he's almost there, but cannot make it. Queen d3, rook a8, queen c4. It is maybe good here to notice that if all these queenside pawns, where black is actually having two extra pawns, did not exist, chances to build a fortress would maybe increase. But here there is a combination. Black needs to protect his weak king, and black needs to somehow make sure not to lose all three pawns, so that is this pawn of white for queen, and this is a task he cannot manage. Rook back, because you cannot touch this rook, because of you don't want to allow this kind of stuff. Now it will cost more material. So rook 5 to e7, queen c6. Again, kind of a problem. Rook e4, queen c7, rook back to e7. Maybe another rook was a better move. So, but rook 8 to e7, queen b8. Now we have this situation that fact that we have black has 2 versus 1 on queen side is basically helping white because black can forget about any kind of fortress. Any kind of idea that he can maybe give a rook for a bishop and build a fortress. King h6, queen f8. If not, this queen to g8 is a threat. You cannot touch this rook because pawn is hanging. King h6, check. King g5, bishop f7. G6 bishop now decides. Like I said, there is no hope for any kind of fortress because both pawns will fall and white will have passed a pawn. Rook c7, queen g7, so doesn't help. Rook c1, king f2, rook c2, king f3, rook f4, king e3. Black runs out of checks. G6 is hanging and black here resigned. I like this game very much, and also Spassky's game in the comments, because we had very original solution. I like how white here handled opening up of the center with a great power. Look, opening the diagonals, pawn break, open the bishop, include all the pieces in play, remove pawn defenses in front of king. Simply very good, very instructive way of playing this game. Knight e5, precision, and now after d c3, bishop c3, king g7, deadly pins. The only pity is that white did not finish with the most precise way with the move h4. But I like this game very much, and also Spassky's game in a comment, because of its originality in this not often seen double pawns positions, but certainly something to learn from. These double c pawns became two double e pawns. We still had the pawn breaks and all kind of elements of this complex play. Last game in this recording part of double pawns is going to be a famous game of Garry Kasparov, played versus young Vasil Ivanchuk in a championship of Soviet Union 1988. So Kasparov at the peak of his powers, world champion, Ivanchuk young at that time, 20 years old, starting his brilliant career. And that was a famous Soviet championship because everybody played, all the top players played. Both world champion, Kasparov played at the time, and he as a world champion, and his arch rival Anatoly Karpov also played. Kasparov finally won the championship. I remember this game very well because I was following it at that time without computers and trying to understand the game and the strategies behind. And later on, of course, when I was writing this book, I did consult a computer on it. Kasparov in this game will play one variation in English opening, which was tested a lot in his World Championship match versus Karpov in Seville, 1987. And Karpov also has, and Kasparov has also played this line in many other different games. So he believed in a white's position. So let's see how do we get there. It is still one of the main lines of English openings in this setup. So c4, knight f6, knight c3, e5, knight f3, knight c6. If you're looking at the pawn structure, g3, bishop e4, you may easily spot that we are having Sicilian Rossolimo color reversed. Bishop and color reversed variations are always kind of tricky, because when color reversed is that then normally now white has become black. Let's say white is playing Rossolimo as black, if you may say so. Then it's always easy to obtain a good play. But point is that now you're playing with white, so you're no longer exactly satisfied with just a good play. You're looking for an advantage. So let's see, bishop g2, castles. Here, most of the time, black will take on c3 and we will get a double pawn position. That's why this position is in this chapter. Ivan Sokolov played here e4, which is probably considered to be main move. Another move is rook e8, which was played by Karpov in a one game versus Kasparov in a match for World Championship match in Sevilla 1987. Rook e8, d3, and now black took on c3, bishop c3, bc3, and played move e4 in order to force white to decide as to what he wants to do with his pawn structure. And white has here a choice between playing move like knight e4, trying to delay decision, or to take immediately on e4, d takes e4, which is also possible. D takes c4 immediately is probably less precise. Kasparov tried it some years later in one rapid game versus Vishy Anand. d4, knight e4, queen c2, d6. If we try to evaluate this position, pluses and minuses are sort of easy to see. Minus for white, obviously, double c pawns. And those double c pawns are now completely detached from the other pawns, so it's sort of easy to target. Plus, well, white is going to move his knight and can try to take a center, and has also bishop pair. This is a plus. But black is here actually doing well, because actually those double pawns here sort of count, and it's not so easy to get white's central pawns rolling. So this game continued. Knight e4, queen e7, rook d1, bishop d7, and now white advances his central pawns, f3, knight c5, e4. But now Anand did something very clever. He played move knight a5, hitting this pawn. Point is not that Anand thinks that he will win this pawn, but that after queen e2, black here has very strong move f5, creating also a target on e4, because here with this move knight a5, black is asking white a difficult question: either give me this pawn and then show me compensation, or after queen e2, now this queen is pinned, so move f5 is becoming possible. And after bishop a3, fe4, fe4, rook a d8, white has very lousy pawns, and only black can be better in such a kind of position. In his game versus Karpov, in a World Championship match, Kasparov played move knight e4 first, keeping the tension and willing to maybe play move bishop g5, forcing black to take a decision. So black here played move h6, and now white took decision d4, knight e4, queen c2. You will note here that Kasparov is having the same strategy like in his game later versus Anand in a rapid game, but of course here he has a better version, because Anand did not play move h6. That's why Anand was in a time with a move like f5, because Anand never lost a time on h6. Here Kasparov is in a better shape, because now let's say if black plays move like knight c5, let's say black wants to continue like Anand did, of course white is in a much better shape. Now already bishop a3. Black cannot develop, because Anand managed to play also move d6 and bishop d7. Here there is no time for. So on queen c2, if queen e7 first, trying to follow on this Kasparov Anand, white does have some improvement, because even f3 followed by e4, white has a better version, because black played this move h6. But white can also try to play some move like knight b5 to be a little bit more tactical, where game is complicated. Let's say after d6, knight c7, queen c7, bishop e4. Things are not as rosy for white as it looks, because knight e5, black gets a pawn back. Both sides have a pawn weakness. White has pair of bishops. Perhaps white is slightly better, perhaps, but not more than that. However, white can also play f3 and e4, trying to indeed play like Kasparov versus Anand, having a better version because black played this move h6. In the game, Karpov decided to play for move like d5, which is always controversial move in this kind of position. Ivan Sokolov will do something similar. Why is it controversial move? Because with move like d5, you are obviously helping white to get rid of one of his two weak pawns. So you may wonder, why would black in his right mind and not forced play move d5, and certainly a person like Karpov, who respects the pawn structure very much, instead of playing move like queen e7, keeping these white double pawns where they are? Well, there is one explanation to it. With a move like d5, black also speeds up his development. So after cd5, queen d5, black is speeding up his development. This is the reason for. Those are pros and cons. I have played these positions with both colors. More with the black, though, it is never easy to decide as to whether you should play move like d5 to speed up your development, or you should play move like queen e7, being focused on keeping these white double pawns where they are. So in this game, after d5, cd5, queen d5, e3, knight a5, now f3. Maybe it is good to notice that f3 immediately is a pawn blunder. That's why Kasparov first played move e3 to protect this knight, and then being able to push f3, knight a5, f3, knight e6, e4, queen c5, bishop e3, knight c4, bishop f2. We can see here that compared to, let's say, this game Kasparov Anand, white is obviously in a better shape, because white does not have a double pawns. He traded his c pawn for black d pawn. He has the possibilities to push on a king side and has pair of bishops. Black's good knight on c4 only compensates a part of it, because another knight on a5 is not so great. So white has advantage here. White definitely has advantage here. So I would say that in this particular case, Karpov did not equalize trying to play for speed of development, because actually probably was better to try to keep those weak pawns where they are and to follow strategy like what Anand was doing in his game, because here white is basically better. White has pair of bishops, mobile kingside pawn majority, and black, yes, has this strong knight on c4, but still this knight is on its own, not doing terribly much, and knight on a5 is misplaced. So now let us go back to the game. e4, knight g5. Another move is knight e1, which is also played in many top games. Knight g5 is forcing events. Bishop c3, bc3. In some games was also tried dc3, but bc3 is a main move. Rook e8, and we have here a position which looks like positions which we can get in a Rossolimo, Sicilian, colors reversed. What here white would like to do, white would like to get rid of those two pawns. If white can manage to do this, he will have formidable pawn structure and open f-file. And that's why white here played move f3. e takes f3. Another move which is alternative and which was played by Karpov in World Championship match versus Kasparov is move e3. At the first glance, it may look like why would somebody sacrifice his pawn? Because you are building up, a potentially strong pawn center. Well, because black is probably going to collect this pawn on c4. Is white better here? Likely. Also on e3, there is move d3. Trying to hold this pawn structure intact and to hope maybe even one day to collect this pawn on e3. This was, both moves were actually played by Kasparov in the World Championship match versus Karpov. Not easy to say what is a better move. After d3, Karpov went for d5, playing for activity, which is a good decision. Queen b3, because if you don't play for activity, knight e4, bishop e3 will happen. So d5, queen b3, knight a5, queen a3, c6, cd5, cd5. White pawn structure is intact, but white still needs to organize his pieces. f4, knight c6. This pawn on e3 did take some space for black, and it is not so easy for white to develop here, let's say, initiative, even though white has two bishops. Rook b1, queen c7, defending a pawn. Computer engine is suggesting also bishop g4 as a tempi move, certainly deserving attention. Queen c7, first bishop b2, bishop g4. Here Kasparov went for tactical solution but playing move c4. Of course, knight f3 back or rook e1 were options, though conservative options. Kasparov, true to his style, is looking for a dynamic solution in a move c4. D takes c4, because, he wants to take and take, or to immediately take. So d takes c4 is a normal move. Bishop g6, damaging a pawn structure, a g6, knight e4. King g7 did lead to very sharp position in the game. Kasparov-Karpov second match game in the World Championship match in Sevilla, 1987. Very sharp position, though black is doing here okay, because white does not have enough pieces to take advantage of this weak king. I guess that Kasparov analyzed this position very deeply, and he came to conclusion, ultimately, that d takes e3 is a better move. So here e3, at his first instance, he played move d3, but then after he realized, probably after d5, that black has a fast development, and then when he played this position again, sometime later, he decided to take d takes e3. And this is interesting, actually, how did that game went. D takes e3, because this game versus Karpov was played in the World Championship match 1987. And this game where Kasparov took d takes e3, his latest game was played versus Advakasov in Astana in 2000, in Kazakhstan. D takes e3, queen e7. White will lose his c4 pawn, but these double pawns are going to be very formidable. Here, white plays a smart move because he understands that this knight is doing nothing on g5. So Kasparov went back. Knight h3, queen c5. And he doesn't bother to defend the pawn that he cannot defend. So knight f4, queen c4, e4. Now we see white's strategy. White doesn't mind even to lose one more pawn on c3 in order to open diagonal. Sometimes it's not so bad to lose this pawn. Remember game Kaspersky. Different opening, different position, but similar kind of idea. Let's say taking pawn on c3 is very risky for black because after rook b1, d6, bishop b2, queen c5, king h1, bishop is very strong. White doesn't mind losing this c3 pawn. He also got c-file. And white has here options to start pushing his g-pawn. So full compensation. d6 was played in a game. Queen d3. Kasparov played. And he went for a better position in ending. Knight e5, because obviously black is here in a bad shape because he cannot move a queen to some good square. And he obviously doesn't want to improve white's pawn structure. So knight e5, queen c4, knight c4. Black has a strong knight. This is true. White has a sort of a pawn islands. But on the other hand, white has very formidable kingside pawns. And the bishop pair. And those pawns he is now starting to roll. g4, rook b8, rook d1, b6, g5. So white is taking space, knight d7, knight d5, rook b7, black pieces look clumsy, f4. Continuing to roll pawns. White has advantage here, has definitely initiative. Two bishops, rolling pawns, some tactics coming. Black managed to make a draw. Kasparov Sadvakasov played in 2000. It was a classical time limit. However, interesting option was on d6, instead of trading the queens, going for keeping the queens and play move like king h1. This was very interesting option because actually attack on a black king can prove very strong. A little bit strange that actually Gary didn't choose for this because it would be very suitable to his style. Queen c3 is again risky because rook b1, same stuff is going to come, you know, strong bishop and pawn pushing business. And black might regret taking this pawn. Again, think of game Kaspersky, because motifs often repeat themselves. Let's say knight e5. Here is some analysis which I made based on what I thought were logical human moves, and computer was checking with the computer that I'm not making any crazy blunders. So let's say knight e5, that all that I'm not making blunders. So here logical human move is g4. Pawn pushing. Not easy for black. Maybe black should here after all collect the pawn. But knight e5, purpose of knight e5 is if I play such a move like rook b1, is that now knight c4 is possible, so I don't get to chase away this queen so quickly, and also you would love to play maybe knight e3 to take my bishop pair. But bishop d2 here can happen. Let's say queen c5, g5. Attack is very strong. Knight fd7, knight d5. Threat. Rook c1. Knight b6, rook c1, knight ec4. Black would love to trade his dominant knight. That's why knight ec4. Bishop e4. Queen c6. White needs to keep momentum. Queen d4. If you take, I take back, knight is lost. Queen d7. There are not so many moves because actually here white is already threatening to win material. To take on b6 and this knight will fall. We have the spin. So black has resource in queen c7, but now let's say rook takes c4, c5, getting material back, because obviously such a thing is very bad for black. Black has rook and the pawn versus bishop and the knight, but white is having complete domination and black has a weak king. White will get tremendous attack, even some sacrifices. So c5, bishop c5, knight c4, and now here actually is quite good. You play just bishop c5, knight c4, white doesn't mind being exchanged now. Bishop b4, knight b6, hoping to trade this dominant knight. Bishop c3, mating threat, f5, gf6, destroying pawn defenses, knight d5, queen d5, queen e6, queen d2, and white has winning attack. g6, hoping to keep the matters close because you cannot take. Pawn is hanging, rook g1 is coming. Okay, king is in a problem. So g6, and now how do we win such a positions? We have to destroy pawn defenses, so we start our pushing business. f4, queen f7, f5, bishop d7, hoping to develop. We bring another piece in attack and game is over. Queen is coming to h6 and we're gonna take. Rook is coming into play. This was just a sample variation to show that actually in such a positions white attack is very strong. So actually that move e3 is very risky move for black. Karpov did this as I think as a practical decision because it was first time, if I remember it right, that he faced this variation versus Kasparov. He was obviously surprised because Kasparov has never played before. So it might well be that this was over the board inspiration. So e takes f3, knight f3. Here we have interesting situation because we have a double pawns, but it is a bit different situation than compared to Nimzo-Indian. Why is it different situation? Well, because this pawn on c4 compared to Nimzo-Indian is here not a weak pawn. Because I did not play move d4, right? So I don't have to play it. I can play move d3 only. I don't need to play d4. I don't need to do it. Pawn never has to come there. This pawn is going to come here. Let me remove this arrow because I don't need this. So a pawn will come to d3. And this is going to be a pawn chain. So my pawn will come to d3. I don't need to basically push it further. Knight can come to d4. Knight on d4 will be very annoying because you don't want to leave it on d4. You don't want to take it with the knight to improve my pawn structure further. You don't want to do that. Bishop can come to g5. And I can even have a pawn structure, my pawn coming to e4. So in such a position, I can easily have a pawn structure, pawns d3, d3, c4, e4, knight coming to d4. So this is very formidable pawn structure. And here problem for black is that white pawn stays on d3. You cannot hit me on c4. And here black has a choice. And here Ivan Sokolov played move d5. Telling white, okay, I'll let you get rid of your double pawns, but I want to develop fast. In a World Championship match versus Kasparov, Karpov decided to actually keep those double pawns and play move queen e7. This will not end well for him, because, like I said, this pawn is on d2, not on d4. And there is no easy way to attack this pawn on c4. Kasparov will win a very instructive game. e3, he's not in a hurry. He wants to place his knight to d4. Also, pawn is hanging, by the way, so e3, knight e5, knight d4, important move. Knight c4 is not advisable because attack is very strong. e4, let's say d6, d3, c5, probably best move, knight c2, and now this knight needs to move. Wherever this knight moves, bishop g5 is going to come. This is simply a very strong attack. Very strong attack. We have a pin, we have many things here. So Karpov played move knight d3. He wants to destroy this bishop, and he will manage. Queen e2, knight c1, rook c1. But what is here a problem? For black, problem is again, this pawn cannot be attacked. Not in a good way. However, it is controlling a center. There is f-file. f5 is a big headache. Rook f4, rook f1 will come. You then need to be checking sacrifices. Pawn structure is very formidable. You cannot attack any of those pawns. White king is very safe. Bishop is also well placed. You will probably need to place a move like c6. Kasparov will win this game without any effort. d6, rook f4. Look, very logical play. Okay, c6, trying to do something about these bishops so that this bishop on c8 can develop. Rook cf1. White is having here huge pressure without any risk, and Kasparov will win a great game. For example, if bishop e6, rook f6 is now working. gf6, bishop e4. Bishop c4 does not work because white has a checkmate. Bishop h7, and the game is over. You would have to take, okay. Check. And we have again our usual story, attackers and defenders. And we seem to have plenty of attackers, or I can maybe better mate it this way, because this is going to be a checkmate, or a queen loss, and this is also going to be a checkmate. Because we have attackers and defenders, and there are no defenders, unfortunately, for black. And if, let's say, bishop e4, queen f8, then again, queen h5, queen g7, rook f4, again attackers and defenders, and the pawn structure completely destroyed. Queen e5 was played by Karpov. Okay, the idea behind is that this sacrifice is now not working the same way, even though there will be strong positional compensation, because compared to this position, I cannot immediately bring another attacking piece in play, which basically decides the game. But Kasparov built up his position. Queen d3. Bishop d7. Maybe rook f8 was slightly better defense. But white can build it up the same way. Bishop d7, knight f5. Look, white is playing very simple chess. Bishop f5, rook f5. White is focusing on his dominance. Queen e6, queen d4. Improving this dominance. Rook e7, queen h4, preparing a sacrifice. Immediate sacrifice rook f6 was also not bad. gf6, rook f6, queen e5, rook d6, queen d4, c d4. Okay, we have here Equal material, bishop and 2 pawns versus a rook, but look how formidable this pawn structure is. I guess only reason why Kasparov didn't do this is that he was not sure if he would win this game. So he decided to keep a pressure, descending. So he decided to keep pressure queen h4. Knight d7, okay. No longer sacrifice, but bishop h3. Knight f8. Now simply f pawn is going to fall because there is a pin. Queen has a problem that needs to protect the rook, because rook can be hanging. So knight f8, rook f3, queen e5, d4, simple chess. Queen e4, f e4, rook e4, at least with move like queen e5, black provoked move d4 so that this pawn is hanging, but it doesn't really matter. Rook takes f7, rook e3, d5, good move. Rook b7 was also a good move. Let's say rook c3. Now going for rook f7 is not clear that much, because after rook c4, rook g7, king h8, white is much better, but no mate. So much better and safer is rook c7. Because rook c4, taking a pawn, is losing to nice tactical motive. Do you see it? White plays and wins. Rook cf7 with a killer threat, and bishop e6. And white wins at least a piece. So rook c7, rook d3, rook c6, rook d4, bishop g2, bishop gets to d5. White is having completely winning position. This is actually even much more domination than, let's say, this game Botvinnik-Chekhov. Kasparov played move d5. It is here white is having massive domination. It is just to work it off. d5 is a good move also, because cd5 does not work because of bishop g2. And again, white has these deadly threats. Rook f5, bishop d5, or bishop d5 first, winning at least a piece. d5, rook a8, bishop b7, rook takes b7. Maybe past pawn creation was winning quicker, probably was winning quicker. Simply c5, dc5, d6, because here problem is that you cannot go behind the pawn because of this non-trick. On the other hand, if you don't want to go behind the pawn, there is you need to kind of stop this pawn, because there is a threat of d7 and to take everything on f8 and to queen, right? So there are no really moves. Kasparov played move rook b7, cd5, cd5. Okay, white is pawn up and is still actually having a dominant position, and white easily won. So now let us get back to game Kasparov-Ivanchuk. Ivanchuk played move d5. What he would like to get is the following: cd5, queen d5. Why? Because here he is actually well developed, and if knight d4, let's say queen h5. Now black can actually take initiative. Black can here take initiative because black is very well developed. Kasparov played on d5, not easy move. I'm basically sure it was part of opening preparation. This is move d4. Because at the first glance, it looks like, okay, I give you temporarily a pawn, and I'm also giving you light squares, right? I mean, I'm putting this pawn where the bishop is. So you will be thinking, I would like to have my pawn on d3. to control e4 square, but Kasparov correctly judges after d5 that it is simply wrong to take because black will have very quick development. Queen goes to h5 and bishop goes to h3 with very fast development. And he correctly plays move d4. We will now have a lot of complications. 1988, of course, we did not have a stockfish. And okay, opening preparation required much more time. But tactical lines, they seem to support white. Black has two logical moves. Knight e4, which was played by Ivan, improving a knight and occupying light squares. Or d takes c4, taking a pawn. Okay, let's say d takes c4, bishop g5. You want to pin because this knight is controlling the light squares, right? You want to fight for those squares. h6 is arguably most logical move, forcing white to take a decision, because if queen d6, for example, knight d2, white has very strong initiative here. So this is kind of a clear that white is doing very well in such a kind of position. Bishop f6, queen e6, knight e5 looks very promising, but it's not so clear because actually queen h6 and well, you need to do something with this knight. On the other hand, this is, if you, let's say, take, there is always this check. And black is actually here doing sort of okay, but knight d2 is quite strong. So h6, bishop f6, queen f6, knight e5. Now we have this attack, but you don't have move queen h6. And here white is doing very well, because a logical move for black is queen e6 or queen d6, because you need to go somewhere. You cannot go to h6, so either you go to e6 or to d6. Okay, let's see. If queen e6, now white has move which is more like computerized type move and not easy move, because here white has to make a decision. Okay, this knight must be eliminated. How do I eliminate it? I can give my bishop and then I have a dominant knight, but maybe my king can be weak. Or I can give a knight, then I have safe king, but okay, I don't have a dominant knight. Probably bishop c6 is strongest, because knight c6, bc6, e4, it looks very promising, but there are few problems. It is not easy to further push those two pawns. And after all, okay, black has Irish pawns, lousy pawns, but one of them is an extra pawn. So let's say rook b8. Now if rook f2, preventing, because you would like to do rook b2 counterplay. But if rook f2, preventing this counterplay, if I play move rook f2, and I would like to prevent this and maybe ready to double, okay, problem is that after a move like c5, black has a counterplay. You don't want to push to give a square. If I take, I'm starting to make your center a bit smaller. If move like queen h5, okay, aggressive move, but let's say rook b2, rook f4, okay, playing for attack. White has some compensation, but black also has a pawn. This is very unclear position. So here bishop c6 is a very strong move. bc6, rook f7. Somehow it is not easy to attack this king. Logical move is probably c5 to open diagonal. Otherwise, how to attack this king? e3. to strengthen the center, cd4, ed4. Now I can take with e-pawn, because now my knight is basically stable. If black with these moves, also my queen can go out. If black doesn't react well, that's why I play move e3, and then I have some tactical threats. Or I can have them, or rook f6 I have as a tactical threat. And you cannot take because queen g6 checkmate. And bishop e7, creating a threat. Creating very serious threat. For example, now, okay, this is serious threat, I need to do something about this. Also, the bishop maybe wants to come to, for example, such a move is solving this threat because I have rook g7. Okay, I have a rook g7 and I'm solving this kind of threat. But bishop e4 can come if you want to, and you're kind of, okay, controlling some other stuff. So queen b1, a good move. Quite a good move, because you still have rook g7 ideas if this queen goes away. On the other hand, so if queen goes away, it's still same business. On queen d5, rook g7, king g7, queen g6. On the other hand, you, after queen b1, if bishop d5, I have move rook c7. It looks like that black has a great tactical solution in a move bishop e4. Because after queen e4, you take queen f7, and there is a pin. But actually, black here has a problems, because after queen a8, rook a8, knight f7, king f7, rook b1, this rook ending is far from a draw. Let's say king e6, rook b5. Black has these very weak pawns, and white has dominant rook. This rook is very dominant to another counterpart, and white is here clearly better. I do not have any idea if Kasparov's analysis went so far, but this can be logical kind of play. Another logical move of knight e5 is, of course, queen d6. Now maybe for white situation is a bit easier, because in some lines this pawn is not defended. So now probably knight c6 is the best move, because here if I take by bishop, I don't have the same situation, because problem is that there are those sacrifices. There is rook e5 idea, so I cannot take with rook on f7. So, but here I can take knight c6, bc6, e4. Here is a bit different, because let's say bishop e6, because I have to develop queen a4. Idea is e5 and to grab a pawn, or to grab it by queen. Queen d7, running away from e5 tempi. f6 is not good, because e5, fe5, bishop c6. I will win an exchange. Black cannot prove anything deadly to this king. So queen a4, queen d7, let's say rook b1. White has quite a good compensation. Does he have more? Not easy to say, because black still has a pawn, and black position is very solid. Which means that on queen d6, probably strongest move is knight f7, because now queen is not on e-file. So you remember, if queen was on e-file, it's a different story, because if queen is on e-file, you cannot take very well, because, okay, you would get a check. So now with queen on d6, okay, if I take, you cannot give me check, so you must play on queen e7. Queen c2, a good move, because, okay, I'm creating a threat, which is check. And queen g6 check, and you cannot move a queen, because rook is hanging, and rook is coming to f7. Bishop e6. Now I cannot take because pawn takes, queen g6, queen g7. Now I can play bishop c6, bc6, knight e5. And we have position which is similar to our previous positions. Dominant knight, possibility of an attack. White here probably has more than a compensation for a pawn, because it is very difficult to get to this king. This king is more vulnerable because of this dominant knight. But position, of course, remains very sharp. I don't know what is better. Is it move dc4 or the move which Ivanchuk played, knight e4? Of course, it was not easy for Ivanchuk because he was seeing this in over the board, and all of those now brilliant moves which Kasparov is going to play are not easy to basically judge. So knight e4, queen c2, d takes c4. It is very possible that this was the main line of Ivanchuk, because okay, knight e4, you are threatening to take a pawn, So queen c2 is by far the most logical answer. I think that this is basically, look at that, here Ivanchuk was evaluating dc4, and after bishop g5, he understood white wants to take, white wants then to jump knight e5. All of this looks very dangerous. Knight e4 is hitting a pawn, after queen c2, taking on c4. What is here logical move? Logical move is, let's say, knight e5. But it doesn't bring white anywhere, because of after knight e5, queen e4, knight g6, let's say queen d5, queen e7. Okay, black has a solid position and is still a pawn up. So here white played very good move, rook b1. Keeping attention, just keeping attention, and sometimes being also able to activate his rook. Here black played logical move, f5, supporting a strong knight. Was f6 logical move to try to prevent move knight e5? Sort of, yes, but it doesn't prevent it, because knight e5 can happen, and after f e5, bishop e4, king is again a problem. So f5 is, I think, very logical move. It can be that the next move of Kasparov Ivanchuk either missed or underestimated, because it is a brilliant move and not easy to kind of anticipate. Kasparov here correctly judges, or his home preparation correctly went into this direction. I really don't know from which point in this game Gary was on his own, and until which point analysis lasted. But here the essence of the position is that white has sacrificed the pawn. He has a bishop pair. He has pawn center potential. But knight on e4 and light square control is stopping it. So if white wants to continue initiative, and he does, otherwise he will become worse, support of this knight has to become a shaky. And that's why Kasparov here played move g4, putting black in a difficult decision to decide how to support this shaky knight. Ivanchuk played move queen e7. Of course, logical question is, what happens on fg4? Knight e5. Of course, here the question is whether this king can ever become weak, because the king has now is starting, the pawn defenses in front of this king are starting to diminish. And I think this was just simply brilliant opening preparation by Kasparov. Because here, for example, if on knight e5, if you take knight e5, bishop e4, knight g6, bishop g6, a g6, queen g6. We have both kings which are weak, but somehow black king is weaker, probably because white activity. white is here starting to get different kind of ideas. Bishop h6, or to activate a rook, which I was mentioning about. So let's say move like queen d7, preventing rook activation and covering g6 square. And also, now this square is covered. You cannot try to, checkmate, because there are such moves. Rook e6. d5, preventing rook e6. Taking advantage that rook is hanging, so you cannot touch anything. Queen e7 does not help because bishop a3 is very strong, removing a queen position after queen e3, rook f2. Look, these pieces are sleeping. They cannot develop, king is weak. So d5, b6. Now bishop a3 again. Bishop e7, e4. It is interesting here that simply white king cannot be attacked. We have these opposite color bishops, so obviously side that gets attacked is probably going to win. c5 is here a logical move to try to cut this bishop. And now white goes for a kill. Let's say rook f5, rook e4, rook bf1. And now black cannot stop. Rook h5, the checkmate. And this king proves to be the one that is going to be mated, because bishop d5, rook h5, black is mated. While still this king is safe, black is just one tempi too short, because here move like rook e2, rook g2 is a threat, but he's tempi too short because white is threatening mate in one, which black cannot stop in any sensible way, apart from giving his queen. So this was probably part of home analysis. So knight e5, bishop e4, knight g6, I think it is difficult to kind of judge that after bishop g6, a g6, queen g6, this position is probably just white has winning attack while white king is safe. On knight e5, another option is knight e6, but okay, here is a bit easier to understand that white is doing very well, because after knight c6, bc6, e4, white has very promising play. Pair of bishops and a mobile pawn structure. And white, it is not like that white sacrificed a house in order to basically gather. White has promising play. Not easy to say how much promising, but definitely strong enough compensation, because black is going to start losing some of his pawns. So queen e7, gf5. Another good move. Why? Because, okay, bishop f5 looks reasonable move. You got your pawn back, and, okay, you would like to jump with this knight somewhere. But tactics favor white. Knight e5. Now knight c3 is a blunder due to queen c3, bishop e1, queen c4, and you get mated. Knight f7, king h8, knight f7, king g8, bishop g5. And now, okay, black is going either to lose decisive material, or he is going to get mated, or perhaps at the end both. Also, this bishop is now hanging next to all the other trouble. And even if rook is not there, you cannot take a knight. Bishop d5 is coming, so this is completely over. If knight e5, rook f5, knight g4, bishop f4. This is very promising. Two strong bishops. This king is safe. Black pieces are not well organized. White is having very good coordination. On bishop f5, also knight g5 looks very promising and direct. Because if bishop g6, let's say knight e4, bishop e4, bishop e4, queen e4, queen e4, rook e4, rook b7, rook c8, rook f2. White is now clearly better at the ending. Equal material, but better, much better pawn structure. This rook will also have a difficulty to stay there forever. Pawns are weak. If move like g6, then again, white can go for simple chess, knight e4, bishop e4, bishop e4, queen e4, queen e4, rook e4, rook b7, and ending, which white should win. If black now wants to get active, let's say with knight e7, rook c7, rook e2, it doesn't really help. Let's say a4, knight d5, rook c4, rook c2, and now elegant move, rook c5, forcing knight to take, knight c3, and now this can be a deadly pin if knight cannot jump. Knight wants to jump, we don't let him jump. Now this knight is under deadly pin and white is in here completely winning. Simply bishop goes to h6, king is in a checkmate. Also pawn runs, this is over. So on bishop f5, white would actually have a good choice between knight g5, forcing much better close to one ending, or move like knight e5, continuing to play for initiative. So g4, queen e7, gf5. Ivan Sokolov played move knight d6. Okay, logical move. He wants to now play with the bishop, take with the bishop. And he wants to take on e2. Kasparov continues with attack. Knight g5, also very important, not allowing move bishop f5. And this bishop is ready to get into play. Queen e2. Bishop f5, bishop d5 check. King h8, queen e2, rook e2. Black is a pawn up, queens are off the board, but attack of white is continuing with same vigor, you know. I remember looking at these games, like I said, computer did not exist. I was really very much impressed that white attack is simply continuing just like nothing happened. White actually has a mating attack. What is the best move? Okay, white would love to give a check on f7, but there is a defender. We should destroy the defender, bishop f4. Now, not easy for black because black played move knight d8 to cover the square. Okay. Knight e7 hitting a bishop is logical, but it loses to bishop f3. Rook now must leave a file, and now bishop d6, cd6, rook b1, and black is going to lose a full piece or get mated. Bishop f5 loses instantly to bishop d6, bishop b1 is forced, and now forced simple mate, knight f7, king g8, knight d8, and king h8, rook f8 checkmate. So knight d8, bishop takes d6, cd6, and now interesting enough, this attack continues. It is still mating attack. Rook e1, doing the trade by taking a file. Rook e1, rook e1, many pieces has been traded, but black cannot prevent getting mated. Okay, rook e8 is a threat, so bishop d7 is forced. But white still has mating attack. Rook e7, bishop c6 forced, and now with a very few pieces on the board, white simply finishes the game in style. White to play and to deliver a forced checkmate. f6. Making the maximum use of attacking material. Threat is mate in 1. You cannot take because again mate in 1. After f6, by the way, Ivan Sokolov resigned. After bishop d5, rook e8 check, bishop g7, f7, and finishing game in style, knight f7, knight f7. Very impressive game, a simple power play by Kasparov at his peak, holding the initiative from the very start until the very end. 24 powerful moves. I assure you that this game, looking at in 1988, with no computer engines and analyzing this for days and trying to find out the possibilities, made Kasparov play even more impressive. I was at 1988 already a grandmaster. Maybe I was number, 30, 40 in the world. I already won Bill Crown Group, Bill Crown Group Super Tournament. And I was Yugoslav champion, so I was a very strong player, and I was very impressed by this game and spent days analyzing it. So this is a power play, pure power play, 24 moves, which combines understanding the pawn structure, understanding pieces coordination, dynamics, the right decision, very instructive game of understanding combination of all these elements in chess. And with this game, I conclude in this recording double pawns section.